In 44,
Okay,
titled the Wyoming Tourism Board.
all right. PC 66. Motion is Governor. All's in favor? No. There's there's so we are technically on page 44, but there's a lot of space between there and there. So, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, do you want to do this by going through the, or do you want to work off? Why don't we do this? Why don't we just work through the?
Either through the pages or.
Let's go to a page number and we'll just do some exception requests.
So I think it would be easiest for us on this side if we work through the exception requests by priority and then just go to the pages as we work through them. Does that work?
That makes sense. So why don't you, Don, why don't you just take it through exception requests, and if somebody wants to jump in, we'll jump in. And if we don't, we'll just go to the next one. Does that make sense?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the first exception request begins on page 22. This is just to change general funds to the special revenue funding from the lodging tax.
Okay. Go to the next one.
Mr. Chairman, the next priority appears on
We
page.
can vote on that.
Oh, you want to vote them as we go through? We can do that. All right. So we can do that on this one. It might be easier that way. All right. So priority number one, exception request exchange from general fund to special fund revenue funding source. Motion is Gov Direct. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Let it be seen that we've agreed on at least one component.
Yeah. Smile, Chris. Halfway home. Okay, priority number two, grow visitation.
Mr. Chairman, this appears on page 25, 26, and 27. The request is for $8.8 million. It was approved by the governor, and the purpose is to grow visitation by increasing brand exposure with more advertising and outreach.
Motion is Gus Rec. Are we ready? Representative Schwartz. Okay, motion is Gus Rec. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carried.
No,
Oh, I'm sorry. All those, still show of hands. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand if you're in favor. All those opposed,
yes,
no.
We'd like to make an amendment.
yeah, move to amend.
Oh, you want to amend the,
That's
What was
right.
the vote?
Yeah.
I think it just passed.
well, we just, hang on, we went a little fast. If there's, everybody gets to have their say. So we're on priority tour visitation. The motion was Gov's Rec. You have an amendment.
So Mr. Chairman, as we read through that narrative, it kind of goes back to some of the discussion our good colleagues on your side have about deliverables and understanding just how they're going to accomplish this gross visitation. And we realize that this is money for them and for them to do that. Our recommendation or this amendment would fund them half of the 826 available in the first year, and then to come back and show us how that's worked and make the request for the remaining half in the supplemental year.
And Mr. Co-Chair, we'd make the same with number three, destination development. Basically the same.
Okay, you consider that a friendly amendment, Mr. Mover?
Yes.
You consider not a friendly amendment? Okay, all right. So,
Mr. Chairman, I heard two things. I heard you want to amend the 8 million, then I heard you want to amend something else, the next one, and
I just said,
that's where you lost me.
we're going to do the same thing for the next.
Can we talk about the first one first?
Sure.
Thank you.
We're just trying to educate so you can
And I
see what the big
appreciate
picture.
hang on, let's
Chairman, thank you.
go back to, so,
So if I have a second on this, we can discuss it.
oh yeah, we got a second. Go ahead, Representative Lawrence.
So then I would defer to my good colleague from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment, only because a lot of this involves contractual work. There's bid contracts, negotiated contracts with advertisers. And there's a significant amount of savings that can be achieved by negotiating them for the whole biennium. And so in the end, what we may end up with is, I mean, I have no problem, and I'm sure they have no problem with coming back with reports, but it end up may cost us more money in the end by bifurcating it into 2 years.
Senator Kinski.
I'm sympathetic to the motion. I'm concerned about, quote, show us how it's worked, unquote. You got any specifics in mind? What is it that we would want the agency to do other than tell us it was a banner year for tourism in Wyoming?
Well, as I read through that, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that I understand the how or where or what the expectations to the degree or to the detail that I would have hoped for, or that we see in other agencies exception requests on what. So these deliverables that I hear a lot of time and the requirements around that, I think are lacking in here. We don't argue that it's probably the right way to go. We'd just like to know how. And so if they could show us at the first year, that's fund them the second year.
So just to follow up, Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
So if we just walk through 20, the pages that this is described on, we don't know exactly what they're even going to do with this money, the way it's described. You don't know how much is going where and how much is going where. There's just no way to discern that from this description. So what we would like to see the full development of what this plan is. We want to know where the money went. We want to know what was produced and have measurable deliverables as much as possible, so that we can know where our $8 million went and what it went for and who benefited from it, and to what degree. All you have here are basically some superlatives and desires of what they want to achieve out of it, and a general explanation of where these dollars go without any specifics. And that's just a hard thing for us to throw money at. And it's and so we're going, well, at a minimum, they can show us where they spent it and what they contracted for 1 year. And if they want, and they can make it so that if it's based upon contingency of presentation, that they could continue the contract. But I mean, you tell me, Senator Drew, where's the money go? Who's getting it? How much are they getting?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It goes out in a series of big contracts to advertising firms. It goes out to marketing firms, and it goes out to firms that they have been working with and new firms that they're going to develop with this money. What this does is it goes out and tries to drill down deeper into a more comprehensive campaign for the entire state, something that we've never done before, something that the department's never done before because it's never had the resources to do it. And so, yes, you're absolutely right. It's like a lot of advertising. Most of us in business know that half of our advertising works and half of it doesn't. Problem is, we don't know which half is which. So what I can tell you is, and I think what's fair thing to ask, and I think we will ask, is to approve this request and then ask the department to come in and give us a report. But then in actuality, I don't even know if we're going to need a report because we'll see it in dollars generated in sales tax revenue across the state. And so we'll be able to judge it from that source, the best source there is. How much revenue are we generating in that industry? And it's being directed by that industry and directed by the folks that run it. And I think we have then a right to ask as guardians of the taxpayers' money, how that money was spent and how it worked. And we will have deliverables and measurables that we'll be able to calculate and to be able to go from there. On and for.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vice President.
Just looking at the write-up, so in fiscal year 20, they spent 6.8 million. They explicitly call out what they're going to use that for. It says the priority for incremental funding, which is that above them, the 6.8 would be used to increase brand exposure against our audience. So when I read that, it tells me this is what our previous budget was, 6.8. We're moving it up. And we're going to target those in a greater effort than we've done in the past. So I think there's enough information to make some inferences as to where the money's going and how it's going to be spent.
Okay.
Mr.
Further
Chairman,
discussion?
Mr.
Chairman
Chairman,
McKinsky.
well, I'm concerned. The motion may be premature. I guess I'd like to get them going. I'd like to know how much this needs a longer commitment period than 1 year. But most of all, I'd like to see some reports or samples or how they intend to, whatever they spent over the last baseline. If you go to page 26, right in the middle, right above evolve, that's why. They claim that they can increase brand exposure against our audience and align these programs with the outcome of our visitor data analysis to support travel patterns and disperse travelers along regional routes. Okay, if there's a report that does that and they can actually do that, I'd like to know about it as opposed to just generically telling us things are going to be better. Likewise, on page 27 under justification on consequences, establish return on investment benchmarks, provide ways, okay, what are those? And it's not just every dollar in Wyoming spent by a tourist turns into 7. You know, how do we prove that this 8 million in produced 20 million out, other than just the assertion that that's the case? And then finally, the last one is really interesting. The last sentence will positively affect the number of overnights, the dollars per overnight, and the travel generated sales as measured in performance measure number 1. If they can really do these things in a way that's credible, I'd like to know about it. So I feel like we ought to give them the money, but we can always later come back in, and if we're not satisfied with the explanation, go to splitting it into increments on and against.
So,
Go ahead,
Mr.
Mr.
Coach, I'm
Coach.
curious, is it the intent that this is one-time dollars, or this would be is it the intent of the department that this will, the agency, that this will be recurring?
Check your sheet. It says it's ongoing. Or
Says, Mr. Chairman, says ongoing.
Ongoing.
Yes, sir.
So that's
Ongoing.
okay. So the way that it's currently structured, it's ongoing. So is there any further discussion? Call for the question. So the question is, the question as I understand it is to fund for 1 year. That's what I understand the motion to be. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then with some of the reporting requirements. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Okay, so let's division. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, that motion fails. So we're back on GovZrec. So GovZrec. So we're going to redo that again unless there's something else on this one.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
I would move GovZrec for one-time expenditure.
So it comes back and puts as an exception request again. Okay.
And with the requirement of the same of those deliverables, similar to what the good vice chair just articulated.
Well, yeah, so fair enough. Okay. So we all understand the motion? I'm assuming there was a second.
There was
a second. Okay. Further discussion. Further discussion. Motion is simply that's one time instead of ongoing. It's not going to go into the standard budget. Beg your pardon?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. So by voting no on this motion, you're voting for an ongoing GovZrec.
That would be correct. The motion is to make it, the motion affirmative vote would make this
One time.
One time. They have to
Negative
come back
vote.
with an exception request in the next biennial budget.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Ready on clear on the motion? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
All right, division. All those in favor, raise your hand. Can't see Mark. Mark is up. Okay. Okay, that motion passed. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, that motion passes. Anything else on this exception, on exception request priority number 1? Excuse me, exception request number 2. All right, exception. So do we need to vote? That's done. We need to take exception request 2 as amended. Okay, so priority number 2, grow visitation as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. So takes us to priority number 3, destination development.
Mr. Chairman, this appears on page 27, 28, and the top of page 29. The request was for $5 million. The governor approves the request.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so motion is Gov's rec. The second, Senator, I'm assuming that, I'll take it your hand as a second.
Yes.
You want to speak on Senator,
No.
what's that? No, you don't want to speak. Okay. Is there another motion? Okay, motion is Gov's rec. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. So,
And Mr. Chairman, prior section, there was a claim that they could prove increased visitation to sites other than the northwest corner of the state, specifically calling out this program. So I think it's incumbent on them to prove that they're delivering under this one as well.
I think they can expect a call in the supplemental budget to do just that. Right there.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can make a comment about that,
Yes,
about that one in the previous motion, I hope that we'll all take that in the spirit. I know that you all intended that when they come back in 10 months from today, when we come back here, that they're not going to have a lot of information on all the deliverables that we asked for.
They have to have a lot.
Yeah, I know. That's why I just say, when you,
well, but they will
as
be
we
able
do in
to-
a lot of other things, I've heard that mentioned.
but we will be able to know who the contracts are with and what
Fair
they're
enough.
for and
Fair enough.
what we'll be able to know about the contracts. And if we have to, if that's confidential, we can go into executive session to get that information. All right, we're on priority number 4, enhanced digital platforms. Motion is Gov's rec. Any changes? Any changes? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries. So I think we're next is priority 5, which is reviving domestic travel trade. Is that correct? All right, motion is Gov's rec. Any changes? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries. All right, next is what I have as priority 7. Is that right, Don?
Or 6, reviving
Oh,
international.
I blew by it. Oh,
Page
thank you.
32.
Page 32, priority 6, reviving international marketing. Motion is Gus Rack. Changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Priority 7, interagency support and collaboration. Motion is Gus Rack. Are there any changes? Senator, Mr. Vice President.
I would move that we reduce the governor's recommendation by $1,250,000.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? You ready for the question? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Next item I have is priority number 8, enhancing Team Wyoming. On page 36. Motion is Gov's rec. Any changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries. We do love our rodeo. Priority 9, operations and administration. Motion is Gov's rec. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Next one is page 38, priority 10, renovations, enhancements at welcome centers. Motion is Gov's rec. Changes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No,
Motion carries.
felt good.
Glad you got that in your system. Priority 11, workforce development via higher education. Motion is Gov's rec. Are there any changes? There be no,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Vice President?
I would move that we reduce the governor's recommendation by $250,000.
Is there a
Page,
second?
Page, second.
It's on page 40. Motion and a second. Is there discussion?
Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Vice Chair.
So I would
Ms. Co-Chair.
oppose the motion. I think this is basically it's part of the collaboration of our agencies, but basically this is for community colleges and for UW to assist in bringing workforce services for this particular enterprise. And so to me, that's a reasonable use of these funds. And they'll get bang for the buck because they'll have to contribute in from both sides of the equation. So I speak against the motion.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion? Other discussion? Are you ready for the motion? So the motion is to remove priority 11 or to remove the governor's recommendation or to deny the governor's recommendation or to undo, I guess is to increase the governor's recommendation by, was it
$250,000.
$250,000? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. Of the motion, raise your hand. All those opposed the motion, raise your hand. All right, that motion fails. We're back on the priority 11, we're back on Gov's rec. Any other further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
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 The noes were louder than the ayes. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And all those opposed, raise your hand. All right. All right. That motion has passed. We're on to priority 12, outdoor recreation office spending authority. Is that right? Down on page 41. So motion is Gov's rec. Are there any changes?
That's right.
All right,
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
I would move that we reduce the governor's recommendation by $2 million.
Okay. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
I believe when we look down that this is potentially recaptured in the governor's ARPA request in at least one and maybe two places that we could facilitate this as we get into that particular component discussions of funding. And so I think it's certainly something that deserves some merits, but I think there's another alternative way to provide funding for that. So, Mr. Chairman, I would say that we just we reduce this by the 2 million and then look at bringing that back to the ARPA funding.
Thank you. Mr. Co-Chair, did you want to say something? Representative Larson?
Mr. Chair, I think the logic for me here is here's its own fund. These aren't general funds, and in infusing that into the outdoor recreation then allows us to perhaps remove a like amount from the request from ARPA funds and use those funds for other requests there as well. So I would be opposed to the amendment based on that logic, if there is any logic there.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just
Go ahead.
just curious, a little explanation out of the $257 million in ARPA fund that there's not sufficient funding in there to cover a couple $1 million for outdoor rec, or am I missing something, Mr. Chairman?
Well, go ahead. Representative Larson, do you want to respond?
Mr. Chairman, no, I think that there's some wonderful funds in there for ARPA, and I think there's like $4 billion worth of requests. So I think as we evaluate is if we funded this and freed up an additional 2 million in ARPA requests, there might be another reasonable ARPA request that you could fund.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So I have a question first. I think part of the ARPA direct dollars allows for recreation. Is that correct? So I would move to amend Mr. Vice Chair or Co-Chair and suggest that what we do is we take this 2 million and we require that it be matched with $2 million from ARPA Direct. And because frankly, I think that that's the best use of this dollars because it gets matched that way. So we double it down. The outdoor recreation component is one of the things that is really kind of neat, which is rather unique. But we're going to have some objections to the ARPA dollars when those come up and require, I think, part of the tourism to go back to the drawing board on certain components about it. But this one we like the most. And if we match it with 2 million from ARPA Direct, that kind of kills two birds with one stone for when we get to the ARPA dollars. But it gets this program off the ground because I think overall it'll be a good benefit to stay on. So
Let's go back to Vice President. Is that a friendly amendment, Mr. Vice President, or no? About, until we call the question.
Mr. Chairman, I think right now I would say probably a friendly.
Well,
I don't want to just say that we're done with this. We need to bring this back because there's some other areas I think we would, well, maybe want to explore with that ARPA direct within this budget too. So right now I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
okay, so we're back on the amendment as a friendly amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Stith,
I apologize. I got lost in all that. If I vote for this motion, what happens?
you vote for this motion, what happens is it'll be $2 million. The $2 million will be augmented with another $2 million from ARPA direct. And it will be $4 million
For the outdoor recreation.
for the outdoor recreation. That's what the amendment does. Yes, Representative Schwartz,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
you want a footnote that it will not be expended in Teton County?
Actually, to be very honest, there are many uses for these dollars in Teton County that I would heartily support, but I was actually wanting to speak on the motion.
Go ahead.
And I'm just confused because the outdoor rec report piece of the ARPA money comes from the replacement on mine. And I just want to get an understanding of what ARPA direct monies can be used for outdoor recreation.
And I think there was some guidance, and Kevin or Don, you might want to correct us, but I think there was some guidance that came out late, and I believe that some of this can be used for outdoor.
I have incomprehensible notes.
Okay,
I want to get
so
affirmation.
Don, why don't you lead off?
Mr. Chairman, in the appendix to Governor's Letter number 17, he moves in his January submission to you $10 million from the general fund portion to the outdoor straight ARP money for outdoor recreation, presuming there are some activities that would qualify. That's on page 1 of his attachment there.
And so by what'd you say that, anyway, he meant direct ARPA. I don't remember the term he used, but it wasn't our new nomenclature. So direct ARPA.
My incomprehensible notes seem to say that. I just wanted affirmation.
All right, so any other discussion on the motion? Ready for the question?
Chairman, can we have the motion restated?
Sure. Down as you understand the motion, what is it?
Mr. Chairman, on priority number 12, page 41, you would approve the governor's recommendation and require a like amount, $2 million match from direct ARPA funds.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
Was, an amended motion. I'm going to vote against this motion because I'd like to have a broader understanding of where we're going as far as the entire outdoor recreation component of the ARPA and conservative funds. We've seen the fund shift between Office of Tourism here into the state parks, and so at this point in time, I'm a little unsure exactly what all this would do in relation to all the other potential activities and agencies that are affected. So I'm gonna be a no vote on this motion.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we got a motion that says, this motion says that we remove the 2 million, then it was friendly amended to keep the 2 million with one-time ARPA monies, and that's what's on the.
We may have to call rules on this. I don't know if you could remove a friendly, withdraw friendly. No,
So
if you want to
so it's
withdraw
2 and 2, right?
Are you withdrawing? That's what
2 and 2.
the friendly amendment did, is make 2 and 2. I'm kidding. You can withdraw. You can change your amendment if you want. We have not voted on the amendment, so the amendment can be changed. It's still on the table.
It wasn't my amendment.
Okay. Well, it was a friendly amendment, so which means we didn't, so.
Yeah,
we're on
that's
the
why it
amendment.
wasn't mine.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. All right, motion carries. That was weird. So we're back on, is there any other motions with respect to unit 101, Wyoming Board of Tourism? As amended, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Move to close. All those in favor? Oh, wait a second, Don?
Mr. Chairman, the modification that you did make, which was the cooperation and funding of other state agencies. I'm looking for the page on that. Yes, page 35. We would ask that we could remove the corresponding amounts from those other budgets. So the Department of Agriculture has 50,000 in their budget. State Parks has 800,000, and we would remove those as a consequence of this action. Are we interpreting that correctly?
I think you have.
When those would come from those individual budgets. We can't.
So,
Well, they were mirror motions.
so I think this was I think the issue is that this was the source of those expenditures and those are the budgets. So by doing this, I think the net effect is that they may be authorized, but they're not funded.
I think that's good.
Is that
So,
correct?
do you want that authorization to remain?
Well, we can't do it unless, why don't you flag that and maybe we'll take care of that around Robin.
Mr.
Go
Chairman,
back and open those back up.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
so we voted now on all the exceptions. Have we voted on the standard budget for this agency?
yes, we have. We're pending the motion to close this budget. And so we're doing a little bit of housekeeping here before we vote on that motion. Anything else, Don?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Kevin.
your action yesterday removed the $800,000 from state parks. The 50 grand still remains in ag, and the other 800 or the other 400 is in this budget. So the $50,000 is the one that's outstanding in ag.
Yeah, and so, yeah, we'll have to do some cleanup. Okay, so the motion is to close Board of Tourism budget. Anything else? Anything else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Now we are at the University of Wyoming, we believe. I have a mild rebuke from staff saying that staff listening online would ask members to speak into their mics so that their motions are recorded correctly. You take that as you will. All right. University of Wyoming, everybody got their books and their computer pages open? Okay, Don, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the first unit for your consideration appears on page 45. It is unit 6701 state aid, and we do have a couple of items there.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. So this is going to be the same process as we did on travel and tourism, go in priority order?
No, I think where we're at is we're back to where we were doing before. We're on page 45, base funding, which is the block grant. And so,
it's just because
Mr. Chairman.
45 has priority number one.
Right. So we're on unit 6701 base funding. Motion is Gov's rec. Are there any changes? Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, one of the first easy technical ones is a request by the university for a carryover of previously appropriated AML funds related to graduate assistantships.
Okay.
It would require a section 300 if you so desire it.
It would require a 300, a section 300. Do we know how much it is?
How much?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that agency did
And do you know, if you know, do you know which AML bucket that's out of?
Mr. Chairman, that is there were the discretionary funds that Senator Enzi was able, they had a name for them and I can't recall it right now.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
is Don referring to prior balance funds?
Yes,
Don said,
they're prior balance funds.
the prior balance fund, but what college are these AML funds in for graduate research assistantships? Do we know?
Mr. Chairman, I finally found my notes on this. The original appropriation was for $2.8 million. There is approximately $310,000 remaining and would be subject to the request for the carryover. They do report on these annually to this committee as well as some other committees. I think the Joint Education Committee receives the report. Most of the graduate assistantships do apply to the energy disciplines, but there are a few in the Department of Agriculture, for example, or reclamation activities.
Okay,
So I'd move, Mr. Co-Chair, to
go ahead.
proceed with the section 300.
Second.
A motion and a second discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Anything else on base funding?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion for $200,000 general fund, restoring the agency's request for priority number 2 in support of the rodeo team through the athletics department.
Second.
okay. $200,000 that are earmarked for the rodeo team, correct?
Correct?
All right. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Anything else? Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
Place, but I would make a motion to provide an additional 2.5 million for ranch and rangeland management endowed positions in the College of Agriculture.
Mr. Chairman, second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the good bringer of the motion, would that money require a 1-to-1 match?
Yes.
Any further discussion?
How's in general funds?
Who, Mr. Vice Chair, or Mr. Co-Chair, or Senator Representative Larson?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not, just looking at ways to conserve general funds. Could we maybe divert some of the sales tax generated from the sale or purchase of ag equipment or ag products or sale of livestock feed and conserve our general funds?
Well, that's a slippery slope to go down. I'm just thinking of another agency that sells a lot of medical devices within the state of Wyoming. I don't think that would be something that I would entertain as a friendly motion at this point in time, Mr. Chairman.
So anyway, back to you, Senator, Representative Larson. Do you wish to you want to amend the motion?
No, I was wanting his take. I just not sure that there's, just trying to think of other ways to do that and thought maybe the impact of the state, maybe we could just use some of the revenue generated from the ag industry to help do that.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think as the third largest industry in the state of Wyoming, they do contribute quite a bit back through the tax base of the state of Wyoming.
Well, I think they contribute a lot, but they don't contribute a lot to the tax base.
Okay, thank you for
Mr.
that.
Chairman, that's why there's a 1-to-1 match.
All right, so thanks for the rebuttal, sir, rebuttal,
Mr.
and
Chairman.
sir, rebuttal. Yes, Don.
Mr. Chairman, 2 clarifying questions. Was this matching funds that could be spent or is it an endowment?
It's an endowment.
It's an endowment.
And Mr. Chairman, find to address the issue here, it will appear in Unit 9705, which is matching funds and endowments.
And,
Okay.
Mr. Co-Chair, so this is a one-time dollars, right?
One
correct.
time.
And so would it be a friendly amendment to make these ARPA conserve funds? It just makes more sense to me.
Mr. Chairman, you know, to me, that's just all general fund money. So if it's ARPA conserve funds, that's fine.
So
I
that's
think
a
that is a
friendly
friendly
amendment. I take that as, that's
That's
okay
a
as a
friendly
friendly
amendment.
amendment. Okay. All right,
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead. Senator Kinski.
just out of curiosity, the earnings off of $2.5 million will fund a chair into perpetuity?
No,
Okay,
it just
so
helps.
where does the difference, when you say it's an endowed chair, what is the difference made up from? Just
So, Mr. Chairman, on some of these typical arrangements is it may not be 100% out of the endowment. They can supplement existing faculty with funds out of there is the way I understand it. So if you get to the one match, you got 5 million. They can add additional salary on to make that an endowed chair upon their base salary is within those colleges. I believe that's the way it operates.
2 chairs?
Was it, how many chairs was it?
What's that?
How many chairs are you trying to endow?
Well, this would be a pot of money to allow that discretionary to see what they.
Could be a little chair, could be two big
The big
chairs. Three little
Can we-
chairs.
Card table with folding chairs. Okay, fair enough.
Mr. Chairman, it was for 2 chairs.
Matching.
Big
up.
chairs.
With cowhide on them. So anyway, we're on the motion as amended, which is $2.5 million, one time ARPA conserved funds with a minimum of a 1-to-1 match requirement. Correct? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
And now, and just to
Don,
be
what
clear,
unit will
Don, that
that-
was in a different unit than where we were at.
yeah, what was the unit?
Mr. Chairman, the unit is 9705.
975.
So
Oh, five.
would you just kind of remind us that when we get there, Ken? Anything else on, we're on 6701, right? Anything else on 6701? All right, all those in favor on 6701 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Don?
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration is on page 48, Unit 6704, State Matching Fund, Athletic Competitiveness.
6704, motion is Guzarek. Any changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 50, Unit 6708, Brucellosis Testing Research.
Unit 6708, brucellosis testing research. Any changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 60. It's Unit 6711, UW Family Practice Residency, and I believe there is potentially an amendment.
All right, 6711, family practice, residency, motion is Guzarek. Any changes? Any changes?
Mr. Co-Chair, is this the whammy fund there? Not yet.
No changes? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 64, Unit 6721, WWAMI Medical Education Instruction Contract. I believe there may be an interest in amending this unit.
All right, unit 6721,
Mr.
I mean, med
Chairman.
instruction.
Mr.
Changes?
Chairman? Yes,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to, my amendment is, our motion would be $500,000 general fund for tuition to cover the annual increase of the tuition for the WWAMI program. And with a second,
Second.
I would explain.
Motion in a second.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
That's not the number I had. Don, was that the amount of the tuition increase you had?
Mr. Chairman, for the tuition increase, I did have $1,579,948. For the full program as envisioned, it was approximately $6 million. I did not hear what Representative Walters used.
You said, I think you said 500,000, wasn't it?
Mr. Chairman, I think I made a mistake. It is the 1.5 that you referenced. I had two notes and I couldn't read which one, what one said, so I apologize.
I think
So
Does the
it's,
second
it's the
accept
one,
that as friendly
I'll
amendment?
I'll accept 1.5 as a friendly amendment.
and Mr. Chairman, that 1.5 should actually be technical to whatever our LSO staff just stated. Using 1.5 as the rounded for the purpose of discussion, but our staff has the exact dollar in that neighborhood.
I say that's a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you'll,
Don?
Mr. Chairman, to restate the number, we calculate $1,579,948.
That is thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is the exacted number.
all right, so the amendments conform to that number.
Yes,
No,
Mr.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So because this is for medical training, was this qualify for, at least for the first biennium for Arpa Direct? I mean, clearly it would be reserved, Arpa Direct.
Mr. Chairman, we'd have to look into that, but I'd also like to pick up the intent of this regardless, is this to make this a standard for one time as well.
Well, there would be one time in order to be direct. So if you could look into that and we can just leave that open and come back to us.
So we,
I would suggest that we make it direct, and then if it doesn't, if it qualifies, and if it doesn't, then we'd make it general funds.
So moved.
okay,
Mr. Chairman, if I may, to the second part of the question, I think it would be ongoing because we are contractually obligated to the University of Washington for these positions, and there is an automatic 3% increase in tuition every year. The program has known this, and we have covered it traditionally. That was just removed a year ago, and they covered it for a year and a half out of their student repayment account. And so, as we all recall, the way this program works is the state helps you get your medical education. If you come back and practice in the state of Wyoming, that loan is forgiven. If you do not come back and practice in the state of Wyoming, you repay the loan, and so that goes into this account. Well, it's a good thing for the state of Wyoming that is not a sustainable source of funding, because that means those doctors we are training are coming back to the state at a greater intensity than they're leaving the state and just paying us back. And so that is why we need to keep
Mr.
this
Chairman.
funded.
yes, Senator Kinski.
I had understood Co-Chairman Nicholas's motion to be that it would be ongoing, but for the first biennium, it would be out of direct ARPA.
Correct.
So I think just on clarification, can we do that? Or is it just simply that you have to come back and ask again and it would switch it? Can we do that?
Mr. Chairman, in other places, for example, in the Department of Corrections, we made that recommendation to say for this biennium, ARPA, and then make it a standard budget for the next biennium budget bill. That still gives you the ability to look back in the next iteration.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead, Mr.
I would make a friendly motion that if it's not available for direct ARPA, that we would use conserved general funds as a source of.
Conserved ARP.
That's a friendly amendment.
I'm glad we're also friendly today, so. All right, any other further discussion or further friendly amendments? Representative Schwartz, do you have another friendly amendment?
No, and with your indulgence, I just have a question for Don. So I'm looking on page 64, the source of the funding is all general fund. But on page 63, there's a table basically talking about the special revenue generated by the funds returned. Are those monies being used? Because I don't see it.
Mr. Chairman, I believe legislation was adopted a couple of years ago, about 3 or 4 years actually, that allows the individuals who participated in WWAMI and do not return to the state. That is the source of this revenue. Then that revenue is circulated, does not require appropriation. The university can use that to assist needy students and for travel and that sort of thing. They have, as Representative Walters mentioned, recently been using that to address the inflationary increases for tuition that have not been kept up with from the general fund.
But it does not show up in our budget. It would show up in the university's budget.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. The legislation gave authority over those funds to the university.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
follow up with Don. When you say the university can circulate them, for instance, needy students, is it limited to within the WWAMI program, or can they do that anywhere in the university's budget?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it is limited to the WWAMI program. I might have to look in, and I don't recall, it may have extended to the Y-dent students as well.
That's what I'm thinking. I was thinking it included the Y-dent students.
So that was, my recollection, Mr. Co-Chair, was we weren't increasing, that was a mechanism because of the increase in tuitions and the cost of also going to Washington and back, and various costs that we didn't pay for. So that was just kind of, we took those extra dollars and say, okay, you can pay these ongoing certain individual expenses just to cover those added costs. To the
Okay.
students, just those students.
All right. Everybody understand? Do you remember back to what the motion was?
Oh, yeah.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Don? So then do we need to do, is there anything else on 6721? So 6721, as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 67, unit 6722, dental contracts.
Does rec?
So motion is, goes rec on 6722 dental contracts. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 70, unit 6723, accelerated nursing degree program.
Does rec?
Goes rec on 6723 accelerated nursing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit appears on page 75, the School of Energy Resources, unit 6801. I believe there are two issues here. First is a technical issue, and that is on page 74, there is a request for $2 million. The governor did recommend that this be approved one time, effective immediate. We would need a footnote for that, effective immediate.
And he also wanted it out of SIPA.
Also out of SIPA, correct.
Okay,
So, Mr. Co-Chair,
go ahead, Mr.
I
Co-Chair.
would move to amend so that comes out of general. It's one-time funding, is that right? So I conserve general funds. And effective.
Okay, so the,
Second.
you got a second? Everybody understand the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to take up Governor's Letter number 12 in regards to the School of Energy Resources, as this is related to his priority number, SER priority number 2 on page 73.
This is the SERPA support.
Mr. Chairman, this is the SERPA support. Yes, Mr. Chairman. And I was, that's why, so my motion is to accept Governor's Letter number 12.
Which does? What does it do?
It allows the School of Energy Resources to keep the personnel at the Center for Energy Regulation and Policy that are focused on assisting state agencies in commenting on the flood of federal regulations that have been proposed and will continue to be proposed. I think, as we all know, Wyoming is an energy producing state, and as policies by both states, individual states, as well as the federal government change, it certainly affects our overall economy. And this is within the School of Energy Resources, these folks work to comment on these policies and really defend Wyoming's interests as these states develop policy, as well as the federal government develops policy that harms the energy.
My
sector of
recollection
Wyoming.
was that that was the study that came out of this support that was used as evidence in obtaining an injunction on the lease sales. Is that correct? Is that what does anybody else have that in their notes?
It's one of the example activities, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I didn't remember that till right now. Thank you. All right. Any other, we're on the motion. Any other, we're ready for the question? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead. Representative Steph.
you have a motion in Unit 6801 to add $300,000 for a feasibility study of requiring public works to require public works contractors to use concrete made from carbon dioxide. And also included as a portion of the study would include potential carbon sequestration as part of their study. If I can get a second on that, I can.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the idea here is sort of a miniature moonshot. The idea, this is just for a feasibility study. The Carbon X Prize was awarded to some universities for their work last year in showing that you could, up at the Dry Fork Station, the Integrated Test Center, take carbon dioxide and turn it into concrete. And so what this would do would allow the School of Energy Resources to say, well, what if the state required that schools or state buildings or highways be built in part with concrete made from carbon dioxide? Would that be feasible? Would it be prohibitively expensive, et cetera? So the idea being that if it worked here and the legislature actually did it to some extent, then perhaps other states that are much larger, that are consumers of Wyoming's coal, such as Texas, Missouri, Illinois, that it might prolong the life of coal-fired generation and prolong the life of the coal industry. So that's the big picture in a nutshell. So $300,000.
Okay, thank you. Good, Mr. Vice President.
As far as the 300,000 for the study,
Yes, it'd be the feasibility of the state to require public works contracts to, in their contracts, require the contractors in turn, to the extent they're using concrete in such projects, to have a portion of that concrete made with carbon dioxide. And then as part of an additional piece of the study is to look at carbon sequestration associated with that. And I might add, there's a separate individual bill that deals with the same subject. And then this budget line item would be effective if that bill failed to pass. The bill,
Mr. Chairman, so is there a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a second.
So discussion, my concern with it is I like the concept of looking at using CO2 or carbon sequestration in the concrete. I just think when you start narrowing it down to public works, we may miss an opportunity in there, seeing as how there's probably more concrete other than YDOT poured by some of the wind power industry in the state of Wyoming. I think we ought to just look at the feasibility of using CO2 for concrete and pioneer that technology and that application versus just specific to public works. But
I regard that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so now it's just study cement, carbon sequestration and cement products. Okay, Representative Schwartz.
Well, I think that covers mine because I was having a problem with the requirement. But if we now just have a feasibility study in general and there is no requirement, that soothes my angst.
Okay, I'm glad your angst is soothed. So, Don, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm interpreting this to be one-time general funds.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on school, so we're still on school. Anything else on School of Energy Resources? Okay. All right, thank you. So 6801 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 79, unit 6901, tier 1 engineering.
6901 Govs Rec. Any changes? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 82, unit 9601, NCAR MOU.
Goes right.
Govs Rec, Unit 9602 NCAR MOU. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the last unit for your consideration at the University of Wyoming appears on page 86, unit 9705, matching funds.
Okay, we're on Unit 9705 matching funds. Are there any
Chairman,
changes?
I would just make a motion that this would be ARPA, conserve ARPA dollars.
Mr. Chairman, there is no money.
Yeah. Mr. Co-Chairman, I actually have an amendment here.
Okay.
We had a proposal from Mohammed Piri that I think has probably, out of everything we've heard, that has potential to, at least particularly in the near term, affect Wyoming's economy significantly. And that was the ability to do some research. They've got a theory and some research that without additional fracking in existing oil fields, recover another 10 to 20% of reserves from existing oil fields. And I think my recollection was the request is for $50 million. The amendment I would have is to actually take this 3 million, move that to 28 million and and of course it requires a matching fund on all of that. So now there's 28 million in there to pursue what he was doing before, plus this additional research.
So Mr. Co-Chair.
Yes.
As a friendly amendment, I would request that we put language with the assistance of LSO that the computational data and what is needed in order for him to effectuate this, to the extent it's reasonably possible, all has to be done in Wyoming with Wyoming grad students and employees.
That's a friendly amendment. I think we've all had that discussion about that, and I think we're all on the same page on that. So yes, that's a friendly amendment.
So we're asking to do it to the extent reasonably possible, or something to that effect. Is that what I heard?
Well, there may be certain components of it that you can't do in Wyoming. I don't know that, but I just want to make sure that anything that can be reasonably done here, that's.
I think we've done a few things like that before, Don. You think you can find that kind of language in some past footnotes to do that?
And you can even call Mohammed and find out the answer to it.
And we can sharpen that a little bit as it goes along. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Yes, go
Chairman,
ahead. Senator Simpson.
Would you restate the motion for me, please?
Sure. The motion is, so right now, I'll just go, if I could just back up a little bit. So right now, priority 6 has $3 million, and that's for matching media, and that continues to help propel or continue Professor Perry, Dr. Perry's work in the flow through porous medium. There's a proposal he brought over the day that and delivered to us the day that UW was here, and there's this expansion by putting more certain fluids and certain combination of fluids in there. You can increase oil production in existing fields without further fracturing, without drilling any new wells. And so the motion is that he wants $50 million to do that. The motion is to put it here to add $25 million to this to make it, so the total would now be, would increase it to 28 million. So it's an additional 25 million. And of course requires matching fund. And now we've got with some additional language that will require, to the extent feasible or possible, reasonably possible, that the the work and this will be done to the extent with Wyoming folks, Wyoming students in Wyoming to the extent possible.
And staff or what, or in Wyoming.
Yes.
And so two other things, Mr. Co-Chair, on the friendly amendment. Number one, that any piloting of this program would be in Wyoming. And number two, that to the extent possible, that they will leverage it. I would say we could restructure it so a minimum of 1-to-1 match, but leverage it to the greatest extent possible. Because when he presented to us, he talked about maybe matching 3 or 4-to-1, basically stacking 2 or 3 different private components and other things on top of it, and suggested that, I mean, exponentially more. So I think we want to direct him that he needs to maximize the matching capabilities of it. So those 2 components.
No argument there.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Vice President?
would you consider this a potentially large economic opportunity for the state of Wyoming?
I would.
So, Mr. Chairman, given that, wouldn't it be appropriate that we use SIPA money for this project?
I don't know why I
I
wouldn't.
think SIPA would be perfect.
Okay,
All right.
so.
I would make a friendly amendment to say that this $28 million is come out of the SIPA account.
Okay, still, it's all good. Still friendly amendment. Representative Simpson, back
Mr.
to you.
Chairman, okay, so I want to make something clear. So the 3 million was denied by the governor. Are you restoring funding for the 3 plus the 28, or is it 28 total?
Well, it's 3 plus 25 is 28.
Thank you.
So that's the motion. I don't, yeah, that would take a substantial chunk of their budget. All right, we ready for the question? All those in favor? Don, do you have everything you need? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. There's no, you noted, there was a no. So move to close. A little housekeeping. Go ahead, Don.
Yes, just a note, this is the same unit that the other endowment will appear in.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, we got it. I'm sorry. So we have to come back and do that. So we're looking at matching funds. So unit 9705 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Now, motion to close. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So are we to judiciary? What's next, John? Judiciary?
Mr. Chairman, numerically, Wyoming Business Council, Agency 85.
Okay. Holy cow, where am I?
'What are we on now? I'm sorry.
85, Business Council. All right, Don.
Mr. Chairman, the first unit for your consideration appears on page 29, unit 101, Wyoming Business Council.
All right. I'm in Business Council Unit 1001, or excuse me, 10010. I'm still not saying it, 101. We'll just do that.
Mr. Chair, priority number 3, additional recruiting expertise. On page 21, the total is $280,500. I make a motion to restore the funding made by the department to that amount, $280,500 for this purpose.
Okay, any other, everybody understand the motion?
Question.
All those in,
Well, no, the question is, does Representative Simpson still wanted to come out of ARPA funds?
Representative Simpson?
it's proposed out of general fund, actually.
Okay,
I'm open for suggestions.
general fund's fine with me.
All right, so it's restore the $280,000 out of the general fund. That's the motion?
Yes.
Already got it? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Anything else in this unit? Go ahead and take a minute.
Mr. Chairman, question. On,
Go ahead.
there's a number of denials in here that he said he would consider funding with ARPA. Do these come back in the ARPA letters?
Mr. Chairman, I think the best way to answer that is some of them. I think there are two of them that he highlighted in his testimony. The Harvard study, for example, I think there's a request totaling $10 million in the budget. And in the governor's requests for ARPA funds or conserved general funds, I believe the total is $7 million.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to figure this out. So the governor approved the increase that goes directly to the wage enhancements. Is that right, Don? So it mirrors what the state employees do.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that was part of governor's letter that expanded this to include all Wyoming Business Council employees.
But we haven't addressed that letter yet.
You have not addressed the letter.
Tell you what, why don't we, we're just gonna recess for 10 minutes. Let everybody collect their thoughts on this. All right? All right, we'll be back at 3 o'clock.
Oh, I'm just.
Don, let's go ahead and continue on.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we're still on page 29, Unit 101, Wyoming Business Council. You have added back one of the exception requests. I believe it's priority number 3 for $280,500 of general fund. You've had some discussion about other priorities, but no further actions.
All right, is there any further action on 101?
Exception request number 11, where does that fall? I just want. Increase for additional recruiting.
Mr. Chairman, priority number 11 appears in the next unit, economic
Okay,
diversification, on page 37.
All right, so we are, I think we're at 101 as amended. So it's the GovRec as amended, unit 0101. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 42, unit 201, economic diversification.
All right. Motion is GovRec on unit 201, economic diversification. Are there any changes?
Sure.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On 0201, on page 37, they have priority number 11, which was increase in additional recruiting resources, kind of goes along with the position we feel that allows the business council to go out and recruit and to interact with businesses that are potentially wanting to come to Wyoming. This was denied by the governor, and I would make the motion to include it out of conserved ARPA dollars. If I have a second.
Second.
You have a second.
There you have
Anything
it.
else?
Nope.
All right. Any other discussion? You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. So anything else on unit 201, economic diversification?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
I think it's on page 39. Priority 16. I would move to amend the governor's rec and pay for the continue to fund the Asia Pacific Trade Office for one more biennium. So this particular project was probably 6 years in the making. And frankly, over the last 2 years, we haven't had the opportunity to grow it or expand it or even hardly participate in it. As most folks know, in the Asia side, almost every country there was on total lockdown for the last 2 years. And so there was really no opportunity to expand our ag markets, to expand our coal markets, that type of thing. So I think this was a request that we return these funds. And fund it.
Is there a second? Got a second? First funds is just still general fund?
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Anything else on unit 201? On the unit 201, economic diversification as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the last unit for your consideration appears on page 49, unit 1610, business ready communities.
Business ready communities, 1610, GovRec. Any changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Any housekeeping, Don? All right, motion to close. All those in
Mr.
favor
Chairman?
say aye.
Kevin has a comment.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead.
On priority number 11, you had conserved ARPA. Is the intention to have that become standard or one time? And if it is standard for 25, 26, would we move it to general funds?
What did we do? What did we do, Don, with that? With just like the earlier one that Evan done, whatever that was ongoing or.
Mr. Chairman, I understood the 485,000 to actually come from conserved general funds.
That's correct.
For the 23-24 biennium, and then what would we do with the stand? Is it one
Come
time?
back, come one time.
The motion I heard was one time.
Thank you.
That's the motion.
Thank you.
All right, anything else, Don? All right, on the motion to close, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. So we are, is it judiciary next?
205, 206 Department.
Okay, thank you. Isn't 101 judiciary?
Mr. Chairman, yes, 101 would be next in numerical order, the judiciary.
All right, so 101 judiciary. So, go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, the first unit for your consideration appears on page 24. This is unit 101, pro se packets.
It's unit,
I'm
it's
sorry,
24 of the Supreme Court. Not a 24 of the, or 24 of the PDF file. 24.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. The first unit for your consideration appears on page 21, unit 0101, administration.
Page 21. Okay, are you using the on the PDF file? The PDF file, we ended up with some
Oh, I see.
introductory items on our PDF file. So,
Yes.
okay, so we're on, all right, so it's page 8 in the book, and it's page 18 on the PDF file. Is it, excuse me. All right, I stand corrected again as usual. 21 on the PDF file, 11 in the booklet. All right, motion is Gov's rec. Are there any changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carried. Okay, thank you. Noted. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit appears on page 24 of the PDF, page 14 of the written copy. It's unit 101, Fund 424, pro se packets.
Motion is Gov's rec on fund unit 101, fund, which is pro se packets. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 26 of the PDF, page 16 of the written copy. It's unit 106, Children's Justice Project.
Unit 106, Children's Justice Process. Any changes? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 29 of the electronic copy, page 19 of the hard copy, unit 120, Equal Justice Wyoming, Fund 530.
Fund 530, Equal Justice. Any changes? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 32, unit 201, Judicial Nominating Commission.
Unit 201, Fund 1, Judicial Nominating Commission. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 37, unit 0301, Chancery Court.
So unit 0301, Chancery Court. Gov's rec, or excuse me, Chief's rec is the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, just a note here before leaving, you adopted draft legislation that would have extended that date for the nominating of a justice, but you also allowed them to appoint a special master or other judges. So I presume that the additional 100 series that is incorporated in this budget could be used for those purposes.
That's correct.
So do we need to do anything to have it conform or?
I don't believe so. I just wanted the committee to be
Right,
aware.
so that the magistrate will either, the anticipation of the magistrate will be from an existing employee.
That's right.
So it should require no additional funds. It should save money. All right, Don, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Do you
Mr.
have a
Chairman,
question, Representative Stes?
sorry, just on Chancery Court, Unit 101, do you mind, and I apologize, can you mind walking through the payroll again? We're not approving a full judge salary for this position right now, are we? Or are
No, in
we?
fact, there's no judge salary in this. So what we also have, I believe what we've done.
Okay.
Let's make it, let's check that and let's double check it with the chief and we'll fix it on round robin if it's not. But we've got legislation that's going to push back the appointment of the judge. So it would not happen until the next biennium. And so there should not be any funding for the judge in this biennium.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
so I'm a little confused with the write-up on here. So it says that the Chancery Court judge will be seated no later than March 1st, 2023. This exception request assumes a judicial, it just says a judicial assistant. So I think that's probably.
Right, and so if there's two ways we'll correct it. Either one, we can correct it when we're in session, or two, if we get that bill out and it passes the delays that it'll actually be a net reduction to the budget if that bill passes.
Okay.
So we'll handle it. There's a couple ways we'll handle that if it's not correct. Okay, anything else, Representative Stith? Okay. Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 41, unit 0401, Law Library.
Okay, we're Law Library, Unit 401.
Those right?
Gov's rec, any changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 46 of the PDF and on page 36 of the printed copy. It is unit 501, Common Jury Fund.
Those right?
Motion is Chiefs Rec, 501, Common Jury Fund. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 48 of the PDF, 38 of the printed copy, unit 503, Equipment.
Those right?
Motion is Chiefs Rec, Equipment, Unit 503. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 50 of the PDF, page 40 of the printed copy, unit 504, Examination of Courts.
Chiefs rec.
Chiefs Rec, 504, Examination of Courts, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 53 of the PDF, page 43 of the printed copy, unit 511, First Judicial District.
So
Do we want to go through all of these?
can we
or-
take these in mass, please? If so, is there, if,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
go ahead, go ahead.
Well, just any special exception request for an individual court.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps we could do the exception request first and then do the en bloc motion. First exception request appears on page 59, the Third Judicial District, page 49 of the printed copy. There's a modest request for increased telecommunication services.
So move.
Okay, got a motion and a second discussion. All those in favor of actually, the motion, I guess, is still Chiefs Rec.
Yeah, Chiefs rec.
So it's on Third Judicial District. Circuit Court. Is that correct, Don? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Don?
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 68 of the PDF, page 78, or excuse me, 58 of the printed copy for the Sixth Judicial District. Similar request for a modest increase in telecommunications.
$1,920. Chiefs Rec, Circuit Court, Sixth Judicial District. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 74. It is the 8th Judicial District, appears on page 64 of the printed copy.
Chief Schreck.
Chief Schreck, 8th Circuit Court's 8th Judicial District. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration would be in block to approve Circuit Courts 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 9.
All right.
Chief Schreck.
Motion is Chief Schreck for those units. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Don?
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 82, Court Technology, Unit 601.
All right. Motion is Chief Schreck.
Chief Schreck.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 85 of the PDF, page 75 of the printed copy. It's Unit 610, Judicial Systems Automation.
Chief Schreck.
Motion is Chief Schreck. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 88 of the PDF, page 78 of the printed copy, Judicial Retirement, Unit 701.
Chief Schreck.
Chief Schreck, Unit 701. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 91 of the PDF, page 81 of the printed copy, Unit 901, Branch-Wide Resources.
Chief Schreck.
Chief Schreck, Unit 901, Branch-Wide Resources. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes Agency 101. If you wanted to close that budget and move on to the next agency.
Move to close.
Motions to close. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next agency is the Board of Law Examiners. The first unit for your consideration appears on page 97 of the PDF, page LE5 of the printed copy. It is Unit 101, Administration.
Chief Schreck.
Chief Schreck, Unit 101, Administration, Board of Law Examiners. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes.
Move to close.
Move to close, Board of Law Examiners. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this opens up a number of agencies that you may wish to take in block. The best way to look at this perhaps would be on page 102 of the PDF, which is DC4 of the printed copy. And an in-block motion would be encompassing of Agency 120, Judicial District 1A, Agency 122, Judicial District 2A, Agency 124, Judicial District 3B, Agency 125, Judicial District 3A, Agency 126, Judicial District 4A, Agency 127, Judicial District 5A, Agency 128, Judicial District 5B, Agency 129, Judicial District 6A, Agency 130, Judicial District 7A, Agency 132, Judicial District 9. Excuse me.
You want to do 7B?
Yeah, scratch that. Agency 133, Judicial District 8A, Agency 135, Judicial District 6B, Agency 136, Judicial District 8B, Agency 137, Judicial District 1C, Agency 138, Judicial District 3C, Agency 139, Judicial District 7C, Agency 140, Judicial District 6C, Agency 141, Judicial District 9C, Agency 142, Judicial District 4B, Agency 143, Judicial District 1D.
All right, that's the motion is Chief
Mr.
Surratt.
Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So since last week was Judge Sharp's birthday, should we add about $35 so he can get himself a birthday present?
Let's take up a collection and send it over.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I don't think I turned on, but I may have, but could we just include Agency 134 B? I think we skipped over it when we was going through the list.
Yes, we might.
No, we'll
No, no exception. Thank you.
Chief's rec on all.
Chief Surratt on all those, there were no exception requests on all the ones we just read.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion is Chief Surratt. on the agencies as indicated. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Don?
Mr. Chairman, agency 121 appears on page 112. Judicial District 1B has a exception request for some office equipment.
And a birthday card?
And a birthday card. Chief's right.
Chief Rack, any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carry, any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next district appears on page 120 of the PDF. It is Judicial District 2B. They have an exception request for office equipment.
Chief's right.
Chief Rack, Judicial District 2B. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next agency for your consideration appears on page 162, Judicial District 9A.
Chief Rex, actually, this was actually a reduction of $62,000, which more than covers all the increases that. So anyway, they're headed, good for them. Chief Shrek on 9A, Judicial District 9A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the last judicial district for your consideration appears on page 173, Judicial District 9B Administration. They have an exception request for out-of-state travel.
Chief's right.
Chief Shrek, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, let me correct myself for those listening. That was for in-state travel, not out-of-state travel.
Thanks for that correction. I could feel eyebrows raising all over the state and this committee.
So much for the junket.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the district courts.
Thank you. So motion to close, let's just move to close all district courts.
So where do we address the request for new judges? Okay. Got it.
All right. So motion is to close. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries. I think that's that, isn't it?
And that is that.
Mr. Chairman, in numerical order, if you wish to proceed to Agency 205, Education School Finance.
Yeah, go ahead. So Agency 205, Education Reform. Go ahead, Don. Excuse me, Education School Finance. Freudian slip.
Mr. Chairman, the first unit for your consideration appears on page 16. I believe these are all the same. We're returning to the executive branch, so the page numbers and the PDF numbers are identical.
Yes.
It is Unit 4101, Foundation Basic. Oh, 16.
16.
Mr. Chairman, you do have a superintendent's letter. If you wanted to take that up at this time, it would increase this amount by approximately $20,000.
Is that the ECA?
Or excuse me, $20 million. No.
I was going to say sold really quick, but I guess you're too fast.
Mr. Chairman, specifically superintendent's letter dated January 12th for this agency would request a upward revision adjustment in the amount of $20,136,212. They are actually requesting to put this in Unit 4101, which is on page 16.
And if I remember right, that's simply the student counts run through the formula. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
All right.
Superintendent's record.
So we're going to go ahead and take the letter first. Okay, so the superintendent's letter on 20 million for 20 million and change, I think it was, or was it 20 million exactly?
Mr. Chairman, $20,136,212.
16.
16, it's a letter that came in. All right. Motion is the superintendent's letter. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No.
Mr. Chairman.
Motion passes. Yes, Mr. Senator Kinski.
Yeah, if staff could send me a SharePoint link to that letter, I know I've got it here somewhere, but I'd appreciate a copy of it for my floor presentation.
Thank you. And then, so now we're on unit 4101 Foundation Basic as amended. Anything else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 18, unit 4103, School District Retirement Reimbursement.
We have, so the Gov's Rec. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, if you desire to take up Governor's Letter 5, the K-12 external cost adjustment. At
We're
this
not
time,
there.
if you don't wish to, that's fine, but
Where
this would be,
where would that be?
it would be in this division. So it's encompassing of both the retirement reimbursement as well as the foundation basic. So it would appear in the 4100 division.
All right.
It's Governor's Letter number 5.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, we've already sent a governor's letter on what our recommendation.
Yes.
So,
Just go ahead and speak into your mic. They can't hear
I'm
you.
sorry. We've already sent in a letter of recommendation from joint appropriations on the ECA. And so, Mr. Co-Chair, I would just move that we adopt our better position with regards to the gov's letter.
Which was,
And change to the utilities.
so what the motion is that we had looked at the ECA and we had sent a letter to the chairman of the JEC, I believe, and to the governor. I can't remember who it was. Anyway, the JEC recommending an ECA that included only utilities and I think was it utilities or utilities and supplies. And so the motion is that the governor's recommendation be reduced to that number that we recommended earlier. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
Oh,
Motion carries. Unless somebody want division. Okay, motion carries. Further, anything else in unit? I think we're in 4103 still.
yeah.
So 4103 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Don?
That's right.
Motion is Gov's Rec, Unit 4201, court order placements. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
That's right.
Gov's Rec on 4503.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Kinsley.
I think when we went over this, what we came up with is that this 1.250 restores a cut that had been made in the prior session. It looks like there's an increase of $500,000 over what both houses agreed last year. Could I get staff to confirm that? My notes indicate it's a restoration of $500,000 cut we made last session. Both houses agreed.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, Matt Wilmart, Senior School Finance Analyst. I think what the instance that happened in the budget bill was the reimbursements for the biennium were to be reduced from $4,000 per certified teacher down to $2,000. The governor vetoed that, but the reduction in appropriation was sustained because it was in agency 205. So the Department of Education is asking to request back the reduction to the stipend decrease. They're not asking for additional teachers. They're just asking for the restoration of the 4,000 or for the 2,000 up to the 4,000, which is required under statute.
Thank you, Bob. My notes indicate that you're the one that raised this concern. Are you okay with that explanation?
Oh, I understand the explanation.
All right, so the
That's
motion,
correct.
motion is Gov's rec. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
I think the motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 27, unit 4504, CTE demonstration project.
Motion is Gov's rec, 4504. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 29, unit 4505, distance education grant.
Gov's rec, 4505, distance education grant. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 32, unit 4601, student assessment.
Gov's rec, 4601, student assessment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 35, unit 4608, digital and distance learning.
Unit 4608, digital and distance learning. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the last unit for this agency appears on page 39, unit 4702, WISE implementation.
Motion is Gov's rec, unit 4702, WISE implementation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Any housekeeping, Don? Matt, any housekeeping? All right. Motion is to close. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Next.
Next is 206, Department of Ed.
Mr. Chairman, the first unit for your consideration appears on page 21 for the Department of Education's budget, unit 1001, State Board of Education.
Motion is Gov's rec, unit 1001, State Board of Education. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 26, unit 1101, finance.
Unit 1101, Finance. The motion is Gov's rec. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 30, unit 1103, conferences and training.
Motion is Gov's rec in 1103, conferences and training. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 34, unit 1104, information management.
Motion is Gov's rec in 1104, information management. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 39, unit 1105, state superintendent and leadership, and I believe there are two amendments.
Thank you. We're in 1105, amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to make an amendment for $20,000 for transition for the superintendent in the event that there's a new person in office. And of that $20,000, $10,000 of it would be effective immediate.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, the question was general fund, and yes, it would be general funded.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Anything else on 11? What are we at? We're in 1105, right? 1105 as amended. I thought there was another amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the member was much more efficient than I and combined both of them into one
All
amendment.
right, we got a twofer. Way to go, Representative. So 1105, City Superintendent and Leadership as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 42, Unit 1152, National Center for Education Statistics.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's Rec 1152, National Center for Education Statistics. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 46, Unit 1203, Communication.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's Rec, Unit 1203, Communications. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 48, Unit 1207, School Safety and Security.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's Rec 1207, School Safety and Security. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 50, After School Alliance, Unit 1210.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's Rec, After School Alliance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 52, Unit 1213, St. Stephen's Indian School.
That's right.
Hail your alma mater. Motion is Gov's Rec. 12, State Stevens Indian School. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 54, Unit 1225, State System of Support.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's Rec 1225, System of Support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 56, Unit 1226, Teacher of the Year.
That's right.
1226, Teacher of the Year. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 58, Unit 1227, State Standards.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's Rec 1227, State Standards. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 61, Unit 1228, District Assessment System.
That's right.
Gov's Rec District Assessment System. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 64, Unit 1229, Hathaway Scholarship Program. And Mr. Chairman, I believe there may be an amendment.
Okay, thank you. So we've got the Hathaway Scholarship Assistance Program. Is there an amendment? Is there an amendment?
Who are you looking to?
Well, just jogging memory, there was some interest in paying for this out of a different source rather than SFP.
Representative Schwartz, according to my notes.
Representative Schwartz.
I'm sorry, I was just,
So Hathaway Scholarship, some component that you wanted to change source, funding source.
well, yes, Mr. Chairman, I would move to change the source of the funding. Hang on, just one moment. Thank you very much. I'll move to change from S5 to the Hathaway expenditure account.
Second. Discussion. Would you just explain how much is in that fund?
No, I can't, not off the top of my head, but they have. Can I call a friend?
Yeah, you can phone a friend, of course.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, most of you are familiar with the Hathaway accounts that sit on CapFin. The Hathaway income account or expenditure account receives the income off the Hathaway corpus, and those pay for the scholarships to the University of Wyoming and community colleges. I think in most years, there's interest and dividends that are about $18 million. I think that's what the Craig profile is. And then any capital gains that are realized are deposited in there that, and traditionally, most years have been about $30 million in total. So I think the motion here would be to use a portion of those investment earnings to pay for the unit in the unit in the Department of Education's
I
budget.
understand that, but how much is in that account today? Do we know?
Mr. Chairman, under the current law, it gets zeroed out at the end of each fiscal year because it gets transferred to the reserve account. So,
How much is in the reserve account?
Mr. Chairman, I believe at the end of the last fiscal year, it was close to 23 or 24 million.
And
I think.
what's the basic annual expenditure out of the scholarship account? Do we pay for scholarship?
Mr. Chairman, it's about $18 million per year.
Okay. Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Yeah, at this point, I can catch up. According to my notes, currently there's 19.3 million in the expenditure account. The reserve account.
In the reserve account.
And I'm actually looking at confirming that as.
And then that account is, Matt, is that account zeroed out every year after the payments, or is it zeroed out at the end of the biennium, or how does it work?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it is zeroed out at the end of each fiscal year. And the balance is then transferred to the reserve account, and then the reserve account tips into the corpus if it exceeds the spending policy.
And when is the distribution made to the account for the year?
Mr. Chairman, are you asking when the distributions are made to the
Yeah,
post-secondary?
when the treasurer makes the distribution of the income into the account.
Mr. Chairman, it happens throughout the fiscal year. So
So it sounds like
from the
we
fall
have-
to the
So is, the long and short of it is, are you telling us that we basically have one full year in reserve? So if there was no income off the account, we'd still be good for a year?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
So
Co-Chair.
the gist of this motion will basically take $500,000 biennium away from scholarships, right?
That would, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, that would be the case if we were spending that all on scholarships, but we have not been historically. At the same time, what my problem has been is it goes back to the comments I've made about the use of school foundation money. And I'm just trying to get things more appropriately allocated.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody understand the motion? All right. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
Oh.
I think that motion passed. Do you want a division? Motion carries. Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, this is a new approach. And I just wanted the members to be aware, Article 15, Section 20 of the Constitution provides for this fund. And it says the legislature may from time to time place monies into an endowment for higher education scholarships and for improving the quality of higher education, which funds shall remain inviolate. The earnings on the funds shall be used for purposes specified in this section.
And those purposes again are?
The legislature may provide for the use of earnings to protect funds from inflation and to even fluctuations in earnings over time. The funds may be invested in the same manner as other permanent funds of the state. My point being is it's clearly allowable for higher education scholarships and for improving the quality of higher education. There's no, and I'm not taking a position, I just want you to be aware. I was looking for the word administration or administrative expenses or something like that.
Not there.
I could argue, Mr. Chairman,
Please do.
that the administration of the scholarships improves higher education. Because without any administration, I don't know how you disperse them.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
I think this motion is unconstitutional.
Well, I'm not a lawyer.
Mr. Chairman, I'm persuaded by the wisdom of the argument of my colleague from Teton County.
All right, I think so anyway, we're back on 1229. Is there a 1225 as amended unless there's something else? So as amended, Hathaway Scholarship Program. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Noes are noted. Thank you. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 66, unit 1230, private school licensing.
Private school licensing. The motion is Govsrak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 70, unit 1231, school improvement and accountability.
Motion is Govsrak. School Improvement Accountability. Any changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 73, unit 1232, the Duvis Scholarship.
Dubus Scholarship. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 75, unit 1251, National Assessment of Educational Service Progress.
So,
Go ahead,
Mr.
Ms.
Co-Chair, I just want to make sure that these are just transferred positions. Is that correct, Tom? So no net gain and net loss?
Mr. Chairman, I believe you're on the next unit for
Okay.
assessments and related activity. In that case, these are no net gain or net loss.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on page 75, National Assessment of Educational Progress.
That's right.
Motion is Govzrak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 80, unit 1252, assessment and related activity.
That's right.
Motion is Govzrak, Assessment and Related Activity. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 83, unit 1253, Gear Up.
That's right.
Motion is Govzrak on Gear Up. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 86, unit 1257, 21st Century Community Learning Centers.
21st Century.
That's right.
The motion is Govzrak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. But we may have to have division on that. Let's try that again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 90, unit 1259, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration.
All right, thank you. Motion is Govzrak.
So,
Go ahead,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Co-Chair.
Matt, could you just give a walkthrough of what this is, a little bit of explanation on
Mr. Chairman, I was not paying attention. I was looking at the reserve account balance of the Hathaway.
it? Okay, we're at.
So can you repeat the question?
This is the substance abuse and mental health services, and I'm looking at the exception requests. I'm just kind of, you could just walk us through what they are.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding, this may be a new federal grant that the department is requesting funds for, and I believe they are using districts as a pilot for these purposes. So from my recollection of the discussion, that's what I recall.
Okay, thank you.
And how long is how long are the grants for?
How long are the grants?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that this grant will be made available
Until Congress changes its mind.
2 5-year grants.
Okay, thank you. All right, so anything else, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. No.
Okay, motion is still Govzrak on Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 94, unit 1261, Comprehensive Literacy State Development.
That's right.
Motion is Govzrak. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 99, unit 1302, Outreach for the Deaf and Hearing Impaired, I believe.
All right.
Hard of hearing.
Thank you.
That's right.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? You said, did you say hard of hearing? Okay, that's what HH stands for. All right. Motion is Govzrak Outreach for Deaf and Hard of Hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 102, unit 1303, Vision Outreach Services.
That's right.
Motion is Govzrak and Vision Outreach Services. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 106, unit 1316, School Support and Early Intervention.
That's right.
Good motion is Gov's direct on school support and early intervention. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 111, unit 1327, teacher and leader quality.
Motion is Gov's direct, teacher and leader quality. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 114, unit 1329, Montgomery Trust Fund.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's direct, Montgomery Trust Fund. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 117, unit 1333, Wyoming Education Trust Fund.
That's right.
Gov's direct, Wyoming Education Trust Fund. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 122, special education, unit 1351.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's direct, special education 611. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 126, unit 1352, state education,
That's right.
SPDG.
State education, Speedy G. Gov's direct. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 129, unit 1353, deaf-blind grant.
That's right.
Gov's direct, deaf-blind grant. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 131, unit 1354, special education 619.
That's right.
Gov's direct, special education 619. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 134, unit 1355, Title III, English Language Acquisition.
That's right.
Gov's direct, Title III, English language acquisition. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 138, unit 1357, Title II, Teacher Quality K-12.
That's right.
Title II teacher, quality
Mr. Chairman?
K-12.
Mr.
Motion is
Chairman?
Gov's direct.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
a question of clarification to our LSO staff. I have a note on page 136 in priority seven's request, the table shown on that page, that the number is not 204,807, but rather 335,043. Does that need to be incorporated into the table on 138?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, you're exactly right. That table is incorrect in the narrative on page 136, but the number is correct in the table on page 138 on the 100 series personnel.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, thank you. We're back on Title II teacher quality K-12. Motion is Gov's direct. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 141, unit 1360, homeless education.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's direct, homeless education. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 144, unit 1361, school support and special education programs.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's direct. Title one, is it on page 147?
Mr. Chairman, this is on page 144.
144. Motion is Gov's direct on Title 1A administration. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 147, unit 1366, Title I, neglected and delinquent, subpart 1.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's direct, Title I, neglected and delinquent, subpart 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 149, unit 1373, TANF.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's direct, TANF. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 152, unit 1374, CTE, Federal Perkins.
That's right.
Motion is Gov's direct. All those in favor of CTE Federal Perkins, say aye. Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Fair enough.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 158, unit 1376, USDA school lunch.
That's right.
Gov's direct, USDA school lunch. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 161, unit 1377, USDA commodities and salvage.
Motion is GovRec USDA Commodities and Salvage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 164, Unit 1379, Rural and Low-Income Schools.
GovRec Rural and Low Income Schools. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the last unit for your consideration in the Department of Education appears on page 166, Unit 1380, Title 4, Part A.
GovRec Title 4 Part A. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Any housekeeping?
Motion to close.
Move to close. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Is that it, Don?
Mr. Chairman, at this juncture, you might have three different options. If you wanted to continue to finish the last book, that would be 227 State Capitol Construction. Alternatively, you could turn to the governor's letters that you have not addressed in the course of your discussions. Alternative number 3 would be to walk through the traditional footnotes and section 300s.
What do you want to do?
So let's do capital construction.
Okay, let's go ahead and you want to go ahead into you. So this is what I'm thinking is, yes, we want to go ahead. Let's go ahead and move into the footnotes. And then let's move into the footnotes. And then I guess the other question I had was it went away.
What were the other options?
Can't imagine.
You gave
Oh,
us
letters.
letters.
Do we have
we
on the letters? Do you have by any chance sorted the ARPA letters versus is there any other letters that we haven't dealt with in the budget that are non-ARPA letters?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there are several letters and we would hold back Governor's letter number 17, which addresses the ARP funds. Let me just read those off that have not been addressed. You have not addressed, and I'll give you a short description of them just to prepare. You have not addressed any of the 6 items in the judicial letter. So they had requests.
Those are, but those, we're considering those ARPA requests, so we'll take those
Okay.
in the grand scheme of ARPA.
You have an outstanding request in Governor's letter number 1. You addressed 3/4 of it, but there's one item that is outstanding on the
Okay.
Department of Health. You have.
Which is what?
Well, you have the superflex and the exemption from personal services and transfers. And you also have the superflex in the Department of Corrections. All of those are standard.
Yeah.
Governor's letter number 2 is the Department of Corrections superflex, excuse me. Governor's letter number 1 is Department of Health superflex. Governor's letter number 3 is 2 federal funded capital construction projects for the barracks in Guernsey.
It's military, yeah.
Governor's letter number 4 is statewide compensation for approximately $54 million. Governor's letter number 8 has not been addressed, which relates to $26,000 for a portrait of former Governor Meade. Governor's letter number 9, you have addressed, but you did so in separate legislation. That's the local government distribution.
Okay.
Governor letter number 13, that relates to relationships and infrastructure bill position. I believe that position is at the WEA, Wyoming Energy Authority. Governor's letter number 15 would request a temporary staff or contractors or grant writers within the governor's office. And Governor's letter 15 would allow for the movement of funds between the 100 series and the 900 series specific to that grant writer position. And finally, Mr. Chairman, Governor's letter number 16.
So he doesn't fund the grant writer position?
He does fund it with $600,000, but he asks to move it between 900 for contracts or 100, depending on what the needs are.
So he hasn't decided, he wants the option of going.
You want, correct.
And then 16?
Mr. Chairman, Governor's Letter number 16 is a request to capture Department of Transportation federal mineral royalties in exchange for ARPA funds in order to enhance the conservation of state funds.
We could. Yeah,
Why don't we you wanna go ahead?
Yeah.
Do those? So, but before we go back, my thought was initially was like, listen to you, I think letter 13 and letter 14, I think are in our overall ARPA considerations, I think. Is that not correct, Mr. Co-Chair?
Depending on how we fund them.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, we'll deal with those when we deal with all ARPA. My
Okay.
thought was we'd deal with those unless you want to.
Well, we could deal with them and use our.
Or your pleasure, we can do it today, or we can wait and do it as part of the ARPA discussion Thursday. Okay. Thank you. So the 14 we've done. All right. Why don't we go, let's go ahead and, what you want to do first? You want to do these or you want to do?
Let's just do, I think it'd be quicker and easier if we just do the gov's letters, because we know.
Let's do the gov's letters now while we're kind of in there where we're fresh.
As fresh as we're gonna get.
Yes,
the rest
I'm
of the
not
day.
getting any fresher today, so let's just do them now.
Mr. Chairman, the first letter for your consideration, and I acknowledge the governor's staff is here, so if I mischaracterize or misstate anything, I'm confident they will be able to correct me. Governor's letter number 1, you have addressed all of the specific uses of anticipated general fund reversions on the second page. What is left unaddressed is the superflex for the Department of Health. That allows for movement of funds between the 100 and 900 series for personnel transfers. It will also allow for movement between divisions beyond what other agencies enjoy.
Is that any different than the superflex we've done over the years?
No, Mr. Chairman. In fact, he has adopted the same nomenclature that the legislature has.
Okay, we got, the motion is to adopt the letter. We've got a motion and a second. Any other comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your, or letter for your consideration is Governor's Letter number 2. This would provide the identical authority that you just approved for the Department of Health or the Department of Corrections. Initially, they indicated this was not needed. However, given their recent reorganization and the use of American or ARPA funds, they are requesting one more biennium of this authority.
Okay,
I would move that we adopt that same language, Mr. Chairman.
okay. Got a motion is.
Adopt the letter, that we adopt the letter.
You adopt the letter. All right. Is that a second, Representative Walters?
Second.
All right, thank you. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And, you know, Kevin, just if you just convey back, we're becoming fans of Director Shannon, by the way, at least I am. And,
Coming?
huh?
We are.
We are becoming fans of, we are fans of Director Shannon so far. So anyway, just, you know, we appreciate that, all right? We're glad you did too.
Oh,
You can take,
all glory to Kevin.
and Kevin, we're glad you recommended him too, so thank you. So, you know, quite frankly, if it wasn't Director Shannon, we wouldn't grant that authority this year. So anyway, at least I wouldn't, so. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if you wish to address Governor's Letter number 3, these are entirely federally funded projects, specifically within the military, item number 3 and 4, the Evansville Cemetery expansion for $2.7 million federal funds, and Camp Guernsey ASP, and I believe that stands for ammunition supply. And I'll have to identify what that last letter means, for $1.55 million, 100% federally funded. Items 1 and 2 are already in your capital construction.
I'd move to adopt item 3 and 4.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Representative.
Friendly amendment, I think. I'll offer it and then may withdraw it if I get a second. And that is for items, I would amend items 1, 3, and 4 to be effective immediate.
Second.
So let me ask the question, are the federal funds available immediately? I mean, we can do whatever we want. Are they available? We know they are. Okay, thank you. All right. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next letter for your consideration is agency or governor's letter number 4 in the amount of $54 million. This is a specific request for the governor's compensation. And I would also note the second to last sentence, the compensation would be included in the standard budget for the next biennium and would not be subject to Section 310 or similar language. That Section 310 limits the increases for employee compensation.
Got a motion to adopt. Got a second?
So do we need the specific
Motion.
number for it? Just for the insert.
Mr. Chairman, I think the request is 54 million. That's how I'm reading it. I defer if they have a.
This says approximately, but
Mr. Chairman, it's real close to 54 million, and I've got the actual statistic. But this is for the general fund share, $54 million for general fund share. And then in this is a recommendation that the agencies of special revenue be able to implement the same compensation package. And we're getting close to be able to get you that final total. And the only real difference in the fact book that we've discovered is tourism was missing, and those agencies that were on my handout that have funding but no positions. For example, the Business Council.
And so all of those are included in this motion. Is that?
Mr. Chairman, all of those are included in this $54 million for the general fund share.
and so incumbent in this motion, do we need then to include the authorization for the special revenue and other source funds for those? I think that's got to be incumbent in the motion. It's going to be.
Mr.
blocked.
Chairman, it's in the letter, so if you adopt the letter, then that will provide us that flexibility.
John?
Mr. Chairman, I would concur with Kevin, and that's our standard language at the bottom. I would also note when you see this in a couple of weeks, we will likely break this out into what amount for the judiciary, which is not covered by this letter, but I assume is the intent behind your motion if you make such, the amount for the community colleges, an amount for the University of Wyoming, and an amount for the executive branch writ large.
So is there a
Mr.
separate
Chairman,
letter from
so-
judiciary to cover judiciary, or do we just add it to this
Mr. Chairman, there's $1.8 million in the $54 million
for judiciary?
for judiciary.
Mr. Chairman,
But the breakout would be, we need that.
Okay, go ahead,
Chairman.
Representative Stith.
so I understand that for the general fund, we know it pretty closely that it's $54 million and that's what we're voting on. How do we know, and are we voting on, say, the salaries for the Office of Tourism, which is no general fund money? And how do we know if they're at market? I mean, what if they're at 110% of market already? How do we know?
I think HRD is going to oversee this.
Yes. So,
So
Mr.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Mr. Chairman, yes, we are preparing a document that would have the tourism amount in there as it's broken out in the fact book for the rest of the organization, including the amount of money that we have for the general fund. So let me just give you a couple of statistics here. The total amount is $53,986,876. That's $53,986,876. The judicial branch share of that is $1,851,046 or 1851046. And then in this letter, for tourism example, tourism went from general funds down to special revenue, but in the letter, it says, give us authority to go and implement the same compensation package with special revenue, with the approval of the special revenue director. So that would pick up tourism, for example, and game and fish and WIDA and all the boards and commissions and or split shares. that are across positions that are split with general funds and federal funds and other funds. All that would come together with that letter.
Retirement.
Yes,
Mr.
go ahead.
Chairman. And David Swindell was listening to us when we had a conversation, and both Director Bach and I agreed that it's the incremental amount that you would have for the retirement, because in our calculation, that includes the benefits. Remember, not the EGI, because that's a fixed cost, but the flex, the variable costs like Medicare, workers' comp, et cetera. And I forwarded that email to Don from Director Swindell, and he agreed that our testimony was correct. This would not have any impact on the plan. And Don has that email from the Director of the Department of Retirement.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
I'm a little curious as what he means by have any impact on the plan. Are we talking the 30-year actuarially soundness of the plan, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's not going to move the actuarial soundness of the plan. And the reason is that you're giving a salary increase to all employees, and there's a small share of that increase that will be for the retirement benefit. But remember, if we were talking fireman A, yes, there would be an impact. But here's the situation here, because of the big plan, the amount of money that we're going to actually be giving to people that are maybe 24, 25, 26, the expanse of the, when you're thinking of mortality, that expanse inside of the employees that are going to be getting those benefits is actually going to be able to help the plan. So it's not going to move the actuarial soundness of the retirement system for the big plan.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative.
Kevin, would you repeat that 53,986,000 number? I didn't catch the last three digits.
Yes, it's
876.
53,986,876.
Thank you.
And
Like
you'll
I
get us the
said, Mr.
numbers for
Chairman,
tourism, YDOT, game and fish. You'll get us the numbers for tourism, YDOT, game and fish.
Yeah, those are actually in the document that will show up for you. In fact, they are already in the fact book as the share of the commission. It doesn't break the transportation commission out by special revenue or federal funds. It just says commission. It's in that fact book.
Okay.
What's missing in the fact book is tourism and the numbers that we just talked about for those agencies that have no positions but funding, which we've addressed. And I can read those off to you if you'd like me to.
No, okay. All right. Any other discussion, any other questions? All those in favor of adoption of the governor's letter? All
Mr. Chairman?
say- Yes, Mr. Vice President.
So on a letter here, how would we go about amending a recommendation on the governor's letter?
What recommendation do you have?
What's that, Mr. Chairman?
So what recommendation, what is your recommendation?
Well, my
What's your-
recommendation would be to amend the governor's letter to allow the compensation. But A and I would confirm the residency status of the state employees eligible for the benefits. And that any state employee that is not a Wyoming resident would only be eligible for 50% of the adjusted increase in benefits.
Do you have a second
Is there a second? Go ahead, got a second?
for discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Chairman, I think that may be more appropriate for a section 300 as to how this would roll out. Because I think a lot of this is going to end up showing up more within the budget tables than it would narratively. And so I think process-wise, that might be where it would better fit, but that's my 2 cents. Take it for what it's worth.
Don?
Mr. Chairman, this entire 54 million or 53.9 million will appear in a section 300. And historically, the legislature has imposed limitations or restrictions on it. I will comment, I'm certainly not an attorney, but did share that proposal with LSO attorneys, and there is some concern that they've expressed regarding equal treatment under the law on residency, and they cite some other cases. I do not believe there's any Wyoming case on this point.
So to do that, I mean, to even really understand it, we need to know how many out-of-state employees, folks who live out of state, and we may not even know that data. So how would we learn the data? And there are some employees who live out of state. I mean, period.
Mr. Chairman, there are employees that live out of state and
Work
telecommute.
Yes, Representative Larson.
Maybe legal guy could help me, but if living within the state was not a condition of employment, it seems to me that would be awfully difficult then to deny them a similar wage benefit that your colleagues are getting. Is that not accurate? I think that becomes kind of a difficult matter to address.
Yeah, I'm very sympathetic to the concept. But I mean, I'm just thinking, my mind immediately went to the exceptions. And for example, I know Department of Revenue has people who live in Texas and work in Texas because they go out, they audit the oil companies down there. So there's a couple that just there, and then, but I mean, I get, and I'm incredibly sympathetic. I don't know how you do it. I just don't know enough.
So now how would you apply that, for example, to the Department of Education or for school teachers? I mean, theoretically, that would transfer across to any pay raises on the education side. So I think in Laramie County alone, you're probably talking 4,000 or 5,000 people. I mean, there's that many people that go back and forth. That's a chunk.
All right. So anyway, we've got the motion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
All right, let's division. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. The motion passes. Okay. I don't know how we'll do that, but I guess we'll see if we can figure it out. Good luck, Don.
So let's-
Mr. Chairman,
before we do that, let's take a time.
Yeah, I would like that.
Yeah.
I was distracted.
All right. All right. Okay.
And so Evan, by the way, Evan is feeling dehydrated, so he's over at the hospital getting some fluids and,
So which of your, Evan is?
yeah.
Okay, so which of your, so who voted on the prevailing side?
I would like to move to reconsider that last motion.
I can't take your motion because you weren't paying attention.
Were you, did you vote with the majority?
Yes, I did. Because I wasn't paying attention. And Mr. Chairman, in my defense, I was running numbers related to governor's letters. So does that help?
No, but
I'm really proud of my colleague, but I'm afraid that he's going to lose that admiration.
anyway, no. Anyway, so having voted, so anyway. And there's a second, already the second reference to. Okay, so motion to reconsider. All those in favor of the motion to reconsider, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Motion, all those in favor, this division, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed, raise your hand. So it's just 6-4. So the motion carries. So motion's back on the table. Any further discussion? Just question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Now, wait, what does OI mean?
Oh, aye. Oh, well, I think we can fix it with this. All those in favor say no. No. That's just as bad. Division, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Motion carries. Excuse me, fails. All right.
They just don't know what they're doing.
I think that was the letter. It was, no, okay, the letter is not amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Motion carries. Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, Governor's Letter number 5, you did not adopt. You inserted your own recommendation from this fall. You could let that stand, or typically you would vote this letter down.
Okay, so motion is approved letter 5 of the governor. And you've been asked to vote no. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Motion fails.
Where's our good Senator?
Huh? Just go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the Governor's Letter number 6, I interpret this as being adopted from your action yesterday. You provided the borrowing authority.
Okay,
Governor's Letter number 7, you have adopted the first 2 $1 million activities. And then I believe you did adopt the $140,000 when you marked up the state treasurers, or excuse me, OSLI budget.
Foresters, yeah.
okay.
So the next letter for your consideration is Governor's Letter number 8 in the amount of $26,200 general fund to the Department of State Parks for a portrait, former governor.
Move to adopt.
And a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, Governor's Letter number 9, you actually adopted legislation before receipt of this letter, and an appropriate motion would be to adopt this.
So moved.
Motion, got a motion and got a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next Governor's Letter number 10, you addressed in the markup of the State Engineer's office. No additional action is needed.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I believe you adopted Governor's Letter number 11 in the markup of the State Geological Survey budget. No additional action is needed.
okay.
Governor's Letter number 12 was adopted in the markup of the University of Wyoming's budget. No additional action is needed. Governor's Letter number 13. This one has not been addressed. It relates to $400,000 for the Wyoming Energy Authority Agency 90. There is no position because they don't, you don't authorize positions within this agency.
Did we do anything with WA? I thought we did something.
Mr. Chairman, you did mark up, and in fact, we have a correction to make during your round robin. We inserted federal funds yesterday, and you should not have. Otherwise, you adopted their budget as recommended.
And what did we add?
Mr. Chairman, the energy program that was previously administered by the Wyoming Business Council
Right.
transferred to them. I've had numerous contacts with the external auditors of both entities, as well as the state auditor's office this morning. And I think the collective wisdom is that the legislature should not appropriate federal funds that come directly to WEA, using the examples of the University of Wyoming, the WCDA, and other independent entities as their rationale. So we need, they would recommend we reverse the action you took yesterday to insert the $582,000 of federal funds.
There's another way to do it. We could just, I presume, where they could just receive the funds and transfer over to another entity.
Mr. Chairman, they will definitely receive the funds. That's not an issue, but they already have a transaction directly with the Department of Energy, and the funds never come to the state. So it's between them. They are not part of our statewide audit. So they're a separate operating authority. So
we're just going to undo the.
It's a technical compliance issue, and yeah, okay.
but that does not relate to the letter.
Mr. Chairman.
So before we do that, do we, so we're just gonna fix that in round robin? You got that flag? All right, so go ahead. Go ahead, Representative.
I thought we had a recommendation from the state budget director that we could somehow put it 582 to 811 in Fund 301 or something, and then transfer it from there. And I may have misunderstood that yesterday.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Mr. Chairman, my concern was similar to that. Chairman Nicholas, is that they weren't going to have access to the funds, but they're going to be established as the prime recipient. They will receive those funds, but they will not have to flow through the state of Wyoming. So they are not at risk of losing the funds. They'll just be the prime recipient.
Yeah.
Okay. So now back to the letter.
So I'm curious, Mr. Co-Chair, on the amount. Because if they're going to hire someone, it's not going to be 400,000, but somewhat number under that or over that, I presume.
So is this a full-time position or is it an AWAC position? Or is it supposed to be either one?
Right, Mr. Chairman, this agency or authority operates different than most entities. So you do not authorize any specific positions. They have essentially a block grant. It's entirely in the 600 series, and the state cuts a check to them for each fiscal year, and they have the opportunity to expend this as they see fit. This is a 2-year number, and it would be inclusive of compensation, salary, and benefits.
Okay. And this, and if it's, and also the letter would have it, it would go into their standard budget. All right. So, Mr. Co-Chair, I think you moved, did you move the letter? Go ahead.
We would include underneath this that before we talk about the infrastructure bill appropriates billions of dollars that could be used for carbon capture, hydrogen, nuclear infrastructure projects that could. I'm just wondering, Mr. Chairman, if we ought to include geothermal. There was a bill last year that came out of the House over to the Senate that had a significant hydrogen, also a geothermal component in there that we should call out geothermal too.
And Mr. Co-Chair, Don, I'm just trying to remember, it seems to me that we've added 1 or 2 positions already in different agencies to accommodate additional workload from Arpa dollar. Or other additives that we put in. I thought we put one in the EORI, an extra position, or have we? That's my question. What other positions, if any, have we added?
Mr. Chairman, I think the next letter actually is the, what you might be thinking of, the grant writers, potential positions in the governor's office.
No, well, geology. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Yeah, just in response to the vice president, they're calling out what might be in the infrastructure bill, those categories. I don't think the letter specifies the duties of this position related to that. I think they can do virtually anything they want.
I also thought the infrastructure bill included projects on critical minerals, strategic minerals.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I think my colleague from Teton County, that's just saying what may be in the infrastructure bill that's eligible. I don't think this appropriation is directed at any of those sectors. It just provides that funding. So I think that's correct. I don't know that we need to add anything here referencing geothermal.
Okay.
I stand corrected by my
Okay.
colleague from Teton County, Mr. Chairman.
Again.
I think that's 2-0 today. I think you're 2-0.
And I hope we can memorialize that in some capacity.
Drew, did you want to add critical minerals?
No, it's not, because it's just references to infrastructure.
Okay, question on the bill.
Okay, I'll say, question on the letter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you've adopted all of Governor's letter number 14 related to school capital construction when you took up their legislation. Which moves us to Governor's letter number 15. You have not addressed. The request is for $600,000 of one-time general funds. They're also requesting modification to section 307 of the budget, allowing the movement of funds between the 100 and 900 series.
So, Mr. Kutcher, I'd move the letter and I would say that we ought to use conserve funds here versus general funds. But and then request a report from the governor at the end of the biennium so we can see the workload performed, what they did, and what the return on the investment was.
Mr. Chairman,
Second.
Mr. Chairman, second.
Go ahead.
Could we modify that language to say we would like to cooperate on the results from these the grant writing efforts? And that way it's not a report.
It might make it through the process. Okay. Is that a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Okay, friendly amendment.
Well, basically, we want them to report to JAC. So,
We always
That's not
have that,
bad.
though. We can always just.
We want them to come here so we can
yeah.
collaborate with them.
All right. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
and if you'll recollect, when we had this discussion, when we went through these letters with the governor's staff, I don't remember that I remember there was a lack of specificity as to the area, what they were going to target. And, you know, federal grants is an all-encompassing thing that's out there. And I just don't know that we're going to get there. I understand the intent. I think the intent's good. But quite frankly, I don't think that this is going to get her where we think we're going to get without some direction and
Mr. Chairman.
you could spend an entire person's time just going through the Code of Federal
So
Regulations.
just to follow up on that, I think probably the most productive is there are a couple companies that specify on grant writing and they specify they're specific towards industries and topics. And that's where you get your bang for your buck because they do it on a regular basis. They know how to do it, where to do it. And so that's why he's allowing the ability to contract this position theoretically. Because there's a company here in town that does it.
Mr. Chairman, I can't hear you. If you could speak in the
I'm
microphone,
sorry.
please.
See, there are companies that do this professionally, and if you hire them, and those companies will have expertise, say, in energy or in natural resources grants and anything that's made available. And that theoretically, that would probably be the most judicious use of these dollars versus to having just someone cherry picking out without any background knowledge. But I presume that their office governor's office is aware of that and has something in mind.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Kinsky.
it's specifically called out in the second paragraph. Today, I can't tell you if we be most successful in hiring an individual or in awarding a contract to a private business with experience in this field or some combination. Therefore, my request is latitude to either use 100 or 900 for the funding.
All right. We ready?
Yes, sir.
Question? We haven't been called. All those in favor of the letter, say aye.
Aye.
Suppose no.
No,
Motion carries. We are on letter 16. I think.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Letter 16 would be, this is to conserve state funds by the use of Arpa funds in the Wyoming Department of Transportation and deposit FMRs into the general fund. Two comments about this request. It would appear as a section 300 for a short-term redistribution of these federal royalties. The letter requests that it be commence immediately. And unfortunately, the Wyoming Department of Transportation will have received its annual allotment of FMRs, but it would still be available for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 in the text of the budget bill.
We can still make it effective immediately. It just won't have any effect.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
And we've got other agencies or components that we tag into this. Kevin, I mean, haven't we added, is it worthwhile adding the ones in the Department of Health and the other ones that we've talked about?
Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are constantly improving that gap that we have. So
Yeah.
it's probably less, it's probably something in the range of $96 million now. And then YDOT qualifies for the calculated amount because roads do. That's why we're targeting YDOT for their FMRs.
Okay.
the point being is if you adopt this letter, we may have, and I think the State Budget Department Director would concur, we may have a up to amount or something like that.
Well, it's just, and any other qualifying funds would be probably better.
Mr. Chairman, it does have a comment in there to the extent necessary. I furthermore recommend this provision be effective immediately and then sunset upon conversion of full allowable ARPA. So this we're asking for the sunset once we've converted.
Mr. Chairman, a question of staff. Would it make this, would it improve it if we had an up to amount versus a fixed amount for flexibility purposes?
No less than 1.1 billion.
Mr. Chairman, I actually like Kevin's comment about we can put in a fixed dollar amount and it can be high just in case. And then the provision would automatically sunset once all of the conserved general funds have been exhausted or.
So what is that number?
Well, I would contemplate something like $100 million and that would give full flexibility.
The most recent calculation was 102, but we've improved that. We're going to continue to strive to improve that. So I think $100 million would be fine.
Well, why not 150? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
We might get new directives out. The new.
the amount necessary is where we were positioned.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
Chairman?
maximum amount available.
Right. I mean,
That's actually a better way to put it.
yeah, just make it to the maximum amount feasible or available or whatever.
Mr. Chairman, so moved to the language you just used about maximum amount available or feasible as LSO as our staff refines the language.
Okay, so that's an amendment to the letter. We understand it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Back on the letter. Ready for the question on the letter? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. I think that's it for the letters, isn't it?
Do we have, is there any, did we cover everything in 17?
17 is
We
ARPA.
cover everything in 17.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Judicial letter?
That dispatches of the letters. Anything else on the letters?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So I guess we'll now we're gonna switch over and start working through the Great American Novel.
Mr. Chairman, the reason I copied this is it actually works well, I think, to just do a flip through. Many of the agencies have no footnotes that would be appropriate to continue. Staff have worked through a tentative expectation, but if you want to reinsert any of the struck language, that would be certainly within your purview.
So Don, when we do this walkthrough, do you have these as a tab so we can read bigger language? I just want to pull them up on my big screen instead of.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is posted in the JAC SharePoint. It's a Word document and it should be under your LSO documents. Let me check.
Either that or I gotta borrow by co-chairs specs.
What do you want to borrow?
Specs. Oh, yeah, that works.
Keep a spare pair. I need to clean them off, but yeah. And you can.
Bob, I just sent it to you again.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, it is also in JAC SharePoint under 2022 budget session. And the subdirectory is pre-session materials.
Much better. All right, go ahead. Dan.
Pre-session materials. It's the only Word document in that
I
directory.
just keep them on this desk if you ever need them. Unless they're on my face.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the first 3 pages are just template language, boilerplate. We will adjust that as necessary. There are no footnotes that we see needed to bring forward in the office of the governor. In the Secretary of State, I'm on page 5.
Don, I'm sorry. I decided I was going to go digital instead of go through paper. I'm trying to. So what you said that was in the pre-session summary, or where did you say that was?
Yes, pre-session summary materials.
Okay.
And the document title is, yes, 2021 budget bill with vetoes draft for 2022.
I just sent them to you.
I got it. So I opened it up. Got it. I think.
So on page 5, Secretary of State, your action yesterday adopted language similar to footnote 1 already. You actually directed staff to make it more broad than simply 2021 House Bill 9 local government investment. So no additional action is needed on that agency. Section 4, State Treasurer, footnote number 1, you'll recall during this biennium, there was monthly reporting required by the State Treasurer's Office. Staff didn't make a comment as to whether that should or should not continue. That's footnote number 1. Footnote number 4 is beginning with the effective date of this footnote, no funds shall be expended to increase the compensation of State Treasurer's Office investment staff without further legislative action. This and the Wyoming retirement system often have similar footnotes. You can continue that or not, certainly. We did not feel that footnote number 2 and 3 needed to be continued for any purpose. Or 5 and 6. Without affirmative direction, we will not include 1 and 4 either.
Mr. Chairman, would this be the appropriate time if we want to continue some of these footnotes to make that motion at this time?
Sure. I think that's why one of the reasons we're doing this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I would move for the continuation of footnote number 1 and footnote number 4 in the State Treasurer's Office.
As drafted here.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All those in,
Let me finish reading.
all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to Department of Administration and Information. None of those footnotes, 1, 2, or 4, 3 doesn't appear because it was vetoed. So 1, 2, and 4 did not appear to us to be needing to continue. The next agency is the military, and you have already adopted footnotes 1 and 2 pursuant to your action on that agency yesterday.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Representative.
Don, as you flip through here, would you, when you come to rest, would you just tell us the page number? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Agency 8 on page.
Mr. Chairman, so in the military, these are about the federally funded positions. Do we also require footnotes about the major maintenance to routine?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. That will appear in section 303.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Continuing on page 11, agency number 8, Office of the Public Defender. Did not feel that that footnote was applicable going forward, or at the top of page 12, footnote number 2. Again, there are a lot of footnotes that designated one-time funding or step 3, not necessary. Bottom of page 12, Wyoming Pipeline Authority no longer exists due to reorganization. Page 13 is the Department of Agriculture. Footnotes 1 and 2 appear to be staffed to be one time. However, on page 14, footnotes 3 and 5 may be worth your thought on whether or not you wanted to continue. I believe
Funded the classroom. didn't we?
you adopted ag in the classroom, and we could include similar language for that. And then footnote number 5, you designated a portion of the predator funds specifically for the gray wolf depredation.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to include footnote number 3 in the Department of Agriculture as it was in the previous bill.
Go ahead, Mr. Senator.
Don, this money designated for the gray wolf, which is it coming out of? Is this coming out of the same, the one that's generated by fees that are paid by producers?
Mr. Chairman, I believe this unit is 100% generally funded as it appears on page 13. There's about 5.9 million in predator management. And I believe this came, if you don't mind me commenting, this came from Representative Summers regarding the split on how much of this should go towards predator management, wolf depredation.
And so what happens if we take this out? That's just
They can still do it, just means they don't, they have more discretion.
yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
Paid out under this provision for gray wolf depredation versus general predator compensation fees.
Mr. Chairman, I do not.
So to me, my guess is they paid a heck of a lot more than this.
So did we take action on footnote number 3?
That motion before we go on to the next motion.
Yeah, so let's go back to footnote number 3. I think we're all on the page on footnote number 3. But number 3, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Back on footnote number 5. Anything else on footnote number 5?
Do we want to discuss it more?
Let's move. I don't, my guess is if Albert wants it, he'll bring it back.
Yeah, I move to strike.
So
Motion to strike.
motion to strike. Yeah, I mean, we don't, so we need that, okay.
Mr. Chairman, you need not do anything to strike.
If we don't adopt them, they're not
Okay.
there.
Um,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, on page 15, the Department of Revenue, you could eliminate that footnote. As it stands now, there is no money for the property tax refund program. If that changes some future time, we can insert a footnote.
Okay.
Agency 15 has no footnote for the Attorney General on page 16. Page 17 is the Department of Environmental Quality. They had 2 footnotes. Neither appeared to be needed to proceed forward. On page 18, agencies 21 and 23 have no footnotes. On page 19, the State Parks and Cultural Resources does have several. Footnote number 1 provided for funds specifically for the Annals of Wyoming. Footnote number 2 provided, this would be included based upon your action yesterday. So that footnote number 2 is already addressed. Footnote,
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, where is it already addressed?
Mr. Chairman, the action of the committee yesterday already adopted $100,000 for the same purposes.
Okay, thank you.
and
Mr. Chairman, that's quite an inflationary cost. 20% inflation.
budget isn't done yet.
So do we need to take action on this?
Oh,
No.
only if you feel that, yes, I would like to continue that
Yeah,
footnote.
I want to continue number 1.
Support of manuscripts and publication of the Annals of Wyoming.
Correct.
All right. All right, is there any, all right,
But
all those
Mr.
in favor
Chair-
say,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. In favor of, we're on footnote number 1, 63,000 for Annals of Wyoming. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Suppose no, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, so
Yes.
will we require nonetheless a footnote similar to number 2 reflecting what was done in the budget?
That was, we did that yesterday.
Okay, so the
It's already there.
footnote's there. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, footnote number 3 is not necessary because there is no deposit at the Cultural Trust Fund at this time. Footnote number 4 is also not necessary. You've adopted that and there will be similar language in this year's bill for the Centennial Farm and Ranch Program. And footnote number 6, you also adopted in your markup of State Parks and Cultural Resources.
All right.
Footnote number 1 on page 21 for the State Construction Department. This allows school districts to spend up to 10% of their major maintenance funds for security needs. That footnote has been in there for several biennia. If you wanted to continue it, we need direction to do so.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know why we need it in there.
Well, to me, 10% is too much at any rate.
Can we remove that footnote?
Mr. Chairman, if you don't take action, it's automatically removed.
All right, it's gone.
Mr. Chairman, so by removing the footnote, do we take away the school district's ability to spend money out of this fund for security? And
The answer would be yes.
Mr. Chairman, if it's a major maintenance item that would regularly qualify, then they're okay with it. But we just wouldn't have carve out for a new security item.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. If there was a desire to put in a new video system at an elementary school, under today's language, they would be able to. If this was not continued, they could not use their major maintenance fund for that purpose.
so, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if 10% is right, but I don't like taking away their ability to adopt security measures since, I mean, security is not in our funding model. And seems it should be somewhere.
Nor are the ghosting.
So, Mr. Chairman, things like changing out locks and bulletproof glass and that stuff, that would all still be eligible under the maintenance stuff, correct? So other than some substantial new kind of security feature, that would probably be the only thing that wouldn't be covered under the current formula. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I can't contemplate all of the purposes, but yes, I think that general approach is consistent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's okay if this expires over the last 10 or 12 years through direct appropriations for school security. We have made great strides in improving the security of our schools. Additionally, all of the new schools that have been constructed, those security measures have been incorporated. And final point is if there is a major security need in any one district, they are always welcome to request that through the process for either a component level project or others. And so really the beauty of allowing this to expire is more of the dollars will be focused on actual major maintenance versus deferred or detoured, I should say, to security projects that could almost look like capital construction, new construction type of project. So I think it's acceptable if this expires.
Okay, let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, to answer Senator Hicks's question, system improvements means repair, replacement, upgrade components, including structural systems, fire protection systems, indoor security features, electrical, plumbing, heating. Mr. Chairman, on page 22, there are no footnotes. On page 23, there are no footnotes. On page 24, we would have two footnotes here. One for a deposit into the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust that may or may not occur with future action on Thursday. So nothing is needed on footnotes 3 or 5. And I believe footnote number 1 would also be contingent upon deposits into the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund on page 24. So I think it's premature to do anything on that now.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, page 25 and 26 and 27 have no footnotes. Page 28 has 2 footnotes, number 3 and 4 related to the Department of Transportation. Footnote number 3 I believe you adopted that provision. So footnote number 3 is already addressed. And footnote number 4, you also allowed the Fund S4 or the MRG local funds to be used for WildLink. So items 3 and 4 have already addressed with your action yesterday. Mr. Chairman, page 29 has no footnotes. Page 26, or excuse me, page 30. This is the upper payment limit for hospitals. I believe it's been in law for about 4 years. If you wish to continue that. And footnote number 2, you almost, well, statute directs this committee to establish a footnote number 2 in some form. As you can see, the SSI amount is set each biennium, and last year's language is very generic and says the lowest amount required under federal law to be eligible.
So Don, back to footnote number 1, and Lloyd particularly. I'm trying to remember the purpose of why we did that.
So we allow the hospital, what we do is allow the hospitals to put in, they pull together and put in money to enhance a match rate from Medicaid. Then they get those funds back and then they distribute the Medicaid dollars back. And we've done that for hospitals. We've done it for nursing homes attached to hospitals. We just done one for Dawn, if you would remind me, I want to say this most recent one that we looked at. And my question is do they need to be included on here? Is this necessary because they continue on? It's in law do we need to have the footnote to allow them to function?
Mr. Chairman, the department has not made any requests as to whether or not these need to continue or not. In the absence of these, I don't know what the status is for hospitals, but you're exactly right. There are several different facilities that are using this mechanism.
That came in after this one, Mr. Chairman. So perhaps I could follow with the Department of Health if we need to round robin and make sure, we want to make sure that they can still, because it's been a really good tool for the hospitals to capture more Medicaid dollars. So yeah, so Mr. Chairman, that's a good idea for my colleague here as I move to adopt footnote 1, and then if it's not necessary, we'll remove it round robin.
Well, we may not know by then.
All right.
Yeah, I think
What if there's no hospital?
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion's adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move footnote number 2 using the fantastic language from last year. As
Can you say that again, Representative Alden?
my motion is for footnote number 2 to be included as it was last year.
But Mr. Chairman, I think we need to change the dates.
Mr.
that
Chairman, for
changes-
all of these. we
Is that
will
a friendly
conform.
amendment?
I would call that technical, and our staff, wonderful staff will address
That's on
all
the
of
state social security supplemental.
that is.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Continue.
Mr. Chairman, on page 31, there was some concern from some members of prior legislators as to how much money is being granted to counties for the purpose explicitly of suicide prevention. This footnote requires not less than 2 million for that purpose.
Yes, go ahead.
For this, are these tobacco trusts?
They are.
All right. Is there a motion?
We'll still wait for Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I think it is tobacco or general funds. So it's of the total appropriation.
This was the good speaker's amendment. I think if he still feels that's critical, he could bring that back again.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear Vice Chair.
I apologize, Senator Hicks. This was our good speaker's amendment. This was something that was important to him in the last budget. I don't know if he feels that this has been accomplished and it's necessary anymore. I think if he feels it's important to let him bring it up on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, there are no more footnotes on the bottom of page.
How much money do we put into mental health and substance abuse today?
10 or 12, actually.
10 or 12
Right in
million.
here.
And I think that's the reason why I was in there, is because we were cutting the budgets and all that. So we've restored a bunch, plus put some more back. You still want the note?
He didn't want it.
We didn't want it. Oh, I thought he didn't want it. Okay. Move on.
Mr. Chairman, 31, 32, 33, staff did not identify any footnotes that were policy positions going forward. However, at the bottom of page 33 in the Department of Family Services, there is a provision regarding group homes and limits the overall capacity of residential and group home beds.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Don, can you background me on why we would want to lift, why we take it upon ourselves to limit the number of beds? I mean, we're not a certificate of necessity state, so I'm not sure what we're doing.
You want me to handle this?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's more beds you have, the more pressure it is on the budget, and being able to maintain what you're reimbursing for them there is the logic behind it.
We just appropriated effective immediately $20 million to pay for beds that were not occupied because they're empty. So we're paying for those beds whether they're used or not. So the more beds you have, the more you have to make sure you pay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yeah, and this has been an ongoing footnote.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move this vote and change the dates.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, staff did not identify any continuing footnotes on page 34, page 35 with the Livestock Board, page 36 with the Department of Workforce Services, page 37 with Oil and Gas Commission or the Community College Commission, page 38. On the bottom of page 39, the State Lands and Investments Office had a specific footnote which you addressed in your markup of their budget for noxious weeds. At least that's how we interpreted it. I think the amount now is 750,000. So that this footnote or a version of it will appear based upon your action on the budget already.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Mhm.
I think that the amendment we made into the state funds maintenance fund yesterday was not specific to weed control. It was for whatever maintenance they need to do on state lands. I guess the question is if we feel that's adequate to also address the weed control or not.
It's better because it's more generic.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman, I think we would want to get rid of this earmark. This was actually a budget item that come on a floor amendment. It wasn't in the original agency
Yeah, well,
request.
when it was driven by an executive request. it was one.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
We did.
This is one that I keep bringing back and that the state agency keeps zeroing out. We wanted the footnote there to make sure that they actually expended on those things. We've got Ventonada and Medusa Head in 2, possibly 3 counties spreading. And we want to make sure the agency's doing its part. Now, I also understand that there may be an effort underway, perhaps a bill, to completely move this funding out of here and move it over to the Department of Ag so that we don't have this annual drill of them, biennial drill, them dumping the funding and then us having to put it back. But this is important funding. I'd like to keep the footnote.
No, Mr. Chairman, I actually think this is a separate pot of money that from the, Don, can you check on that, the trust land preservation and enhancement account?
So, yeah, our action yesterday, I thought we had specifically directed it that that's what it was to be used for. Is that not correct?
Mr. Chairman, you specifically directed it to the Trust Land Preservation and Enhancement account.
Right.
You did not specifically address invasive and noxious weeds.
And we put 750 in yesterday.
750. And Mr. Chairman, I would say those are school foundation dollars too. And if you're going to do weed control, it probably ought to, because this is all state lands. It's just, this isn't school trust lands. This would, you know, where they're using these funds, I think are broader than just on some of the other entities. So I think if we're going to do that, we'd have to add more money earmarked for weed control.
All right, so is that your motion?
Mr. Chairman, my motion was not to adopt this.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, since I was gone tomorrow, then gone yesterday, Don, if you could send me a little bit of information on what was adopted in which budget. Yesterday, the reference they're making to 750.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could add on to that request too, could you get a total cost of what we've allocated now specifically for weed control, particularly the annual invasive grasses?
In the upcoming budget?
No, what we've done, and you know, how much we've done in the last 2 bienniums specific to this weed control issue.
Okay.
Yes.
Anything else? All right, continuing on.
Mr. Chairman, on page 40, there are 2 issues here related to insect infestation. This used to say pine beetle infestation and has been part of the budget for, I believe, 3 or 4 biennia. Footnote number 3 I'm referring to.
Is this in forestry or is this? States?
Footnote number 3 is actually using $500,000 out of the county emergency suppression account for purposes of insect infestation.
Well, it's even bigger now. So anyway.
And then footnote number 4
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we adopt footnote number 3. It's only granted if it's needed, but you don't know with these outbreaks, whether we're gonna have an outbreak of a multitude of different species.
So if there, Mr. Coach, just the rebuttal of that is that if there's an outbreak, they have the funds to do it, and that's what they're gonna do. Every county's gonna spray for whatever bugs are out there. By doing this, you Band-Aid it and you set it aside for it. I don't think you need to do it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
just as a historical discussion on this, it came from the county fire suppression account with the theory being that they would spend dollars to harvest infected timber and such to try and prevent wildland fires and essentially use these dollars as a preventative measure as opposed to that account being used on a reactive basis to fight the fire. That was the notion given by the good member of this committee when it was brought a couple of years ago. That member is in your body and in your leadership group.
My recollection was originally this started out at $1 million and it was always with, if there was $1 million left in the account at the end of the biennium. And if it wasn't expended on fires, then it went to this. And now it's morphed into, we're going to do it now and we're going to segregate that out. So that's been the morph of this. Is it used to be basically instead of reverting those funds, we'd do that. So you were setting up the following biennium for that use. So now this one says, no, we're going to take out of, and now we can do this if we want. Near as I can figure, there's about $52 to $55 million in, no, there's more than that, probably $62 to $65 million in fire suppression money, or excuse me, just fire money all over that we've got. So whether or not you do $500,000 out of that is.
It's not the purpose of the fire suppression.
Yeah, it's not, yeah. So that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Chairman, I just bring your attention to it. It says, in each year, funds are appropriated for expenditure on or after September 1st and only upon approval of the governor. And so, again, these were designed, I think, consistent with what my colleague was to take proactive, not only just to reduce the fire suppression, but to also preserve timber resources, a significant amount of this. But we've had a couple of years that we had potentially big fire years, and that was never triggered. But Don, I guess one of the things that would help would be, I'm not aware of any expenditures that have come out of this as a result of this footnote the last couple of years. So could we get a history on that emergency fire suppression?
In my recollection, that we did this last year for grasshoppers. That's what it was for, the 500,000.
No, I don't think so. But if we could find that information.
So what do you want to do on 3, in or out? Motions for in. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
All right, division. All those in favor say, raise your hand if you're in favor. Opposed? Okay. Motion fails by 1, I think is all today.
Schwartz voted, but Zan wasn't up for long.
Well, just mark, it's a 6-5 vote. It's a 5-6 vote. It failed. So moving on, step 4.
Mr. Chairman, footnote number 4 is really a setting expectations vote. This relates to COLE's bonus. You'll recall that you eliminated COLE's bonus appropriations from the Wyoming Community College Commission. They remain available within OSLI's budget. However, it's highly unlikely that these are going to come to fruition. And it basically is an indication to both the agency and potential applicants that those funds are only available to the extent they are received. That is not, it's not necessary to include that.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of know that anyway.
Yeah. The explanation been set when we zeroed it out. I think
Hope springs eternal.
in fact, I think we removed it from the budget as well. So
Mr. Chairman, you did so on the community college. You could do so on OSLI as well, if you think the chance is 0.
What do you think the chances are?
this day, Well, the chances are you have a COLA's bonus, but it's all gonna go to West Virginia. That's what's gonna.
Mr. Chairman, with not the absence of the language, but with the absence of the appropriation, the funds would just sit in the account. And there is the reason why I hedge on this is even in the past 6 years, we've received 2 COLA's bonuses that were addendums to prior large sales. So it is possible that we get a few $100,000 here.
Yeah, that's a couple $100,000.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, so as I understand, they would sit in that account and then we would appropriate it at future time.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Page 41 has no footnotes. Page 42, the top has a footnote related to Agency 66, the Tourism Board, and it specifically designates $200,000 for the Salt to Stone attractions.
Mr. Chairman, I remember this was this was at the urging of our current Senate President. I don't think it's necessary anymore because they've now adopted these formally.
all right, continuing on.
Mr. Chairman, page 43, footnote to the University of Wyoming, number 4. This is probably necessary to effectuate your action today. You made a deposit of $10 million for the state match for athletics.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go
I
ahead.
would move to include footnote number 4 for the University of Wyoming as printed.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, there are no footnotes on page 44, 45, 46, 47. The next footnote appears on page 48 to the retirement system. This is similar to what was identified in the state treasurers, I believe. It says no fund shall be expended to increase the compensation of Wyoming retirement investment staff.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I would move to include footnote number 1 for Agency 72 retirement system.
Second.
okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Surprised you didn't want to put no means no in.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to change the dates on that?
Yeah, so, yeah,
Mr. Chairman, there are no footnotes on page 49 or 50. On page 51, there is a footnote here, and we will probably add a footnote given your action today because you adopted the governor's denial for parolee incentives and sanctions. So we include footnotes if it's not clear what your action was. So I don't think any action is necessary on page 51 or page 52 or 53, 54, 55. Now we're moving into the courts and they do not have footnotes. The exception being in page 61, there was a long time footnote splitting the cost of a staffer in the Fremont County Judicial District number 9A. That part-time position is no longer continued, so that footnote is no longer necessary.
Mr. Chairman, that was part of the reversions we've seen in that judicial
64,000.
district coming back, was it not?
Correct.
That's the end of
they aged out.
Judy Legursky's position.
Page 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67 do not. The bottom of page 67 is the ECA footnote, and pursuant to your directive today, there will be a replacement for this already, specifically related to educational materials and energy for consistent with your action. So I don't think any additional action is needed. Moving on to page 70. Footnote number 1 relates to a long time, well, I shouldn't say long, 3 or 4 years. This footnote or something similar has been put in there, encouraging or directing the use of locally produced processing meat.
Move to include. I know it'll come.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Page 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81 have no footnotes that we anticipate a policy choice going forward. Page 66 have some transfers.
66. You're going backwards.
6.
Oh, yes, I apologize. There is some renumbering here. Yes.
I'm so confused.
That's what happens when you combine two bills into one. The budget balances and transfers will be something we'll visit about undoubtedly at the end of your markup. We will probably revisit this in your Zoom meeting as well, just to make sure you end up with the right amounts at the right amounts.
Modify.
No,
so that
not
it's reserved.
not necessary.
Zoom meeting?
Yeah,
We're gonna have to review the
we'll
budget.
probably end up, we may have doing our round robin, our round robin in Zoom, so we can let the dust settle.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. My expectation would be a half day, potentially longer, of a public meeting. I was not suggesting otherwise.
No, we're just gonna do it on Zoom though. You can,
Okay.
May.
I mean, yeah, if we'll, members are gonna attend by Zoom. The chairman said that he might have his people come down, but we'll figure that out.
Mr. Chairman, section 301 on second version of page 68, borrowing authority. You have adopted the $20 million for wildland fires, and that appears on page 69. So that is already addressed. Section 301 are longstanding authorizations to allow the state auditor to borrow from the LSRA for needs of the state's general fund. These are cash flow needs. So if the auditor exercises this authority, they have to have the reasonable expectation that sufficient revenue will be available to repay that loan. To my knowledge, even at the depths of the COVID challenges, the state auditor has never exercised this authority.
So that if a major recession hits between now and then, there's a value to it.
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I think they would strongly support keeping this provision.
Yeah, that's a move.
Mr. Chairman, section 301B is something similar, or specifically the school capital construction account. You'll recall that the revenues into that, we used to have upwards of, well, we had billions of dollars of cash in that account because there were so many projects that had been approved and were moving through the process. Now we have kind of flipped, and the revenues that support this are A, defined, B, they come in toward the end of a fiscal year. State royalties, for example. Investment income actually comes in after the end of the fiscal year. So this also has not been used, but provides the opportunity to actually pay the bills on a large project like 10 Sleep or something in the event revenues are not matching on pace with expenditures.
So moved to include
A and B,
A and B.
all right?
So, I mean, for B, I'd modify it so it's only 20 million. It doesn't need to be 30. Because we only got 44 million in expenditures, right?
Mr. Chairman, it's simply a cash flow issue. It's never been
Yeah.
drawn upon, so I don't see any reason to drop the value because it's not just the major projects. It's any work being done through the school capital construction account for cash flow purposes. And that includes the component
Major
levels, and we have, what did we do? $100 and some million worth
Yeah.
of that yesterday. So
Okay,
I don't think it hurts anything to leave it as is.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could explain subsection C as well.
See, maybe we'll catch all three at once. Go ahead.
These are for the Hathaway scholarship programs, and there is a chance that they run light. And the reason being that this again has not been used, but the tuition payments start in August, and there is no investment income
Yeah. And not only that, we're taking another 500,000.
That's right. That could solely be.
It could red short bad, it could be bad.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, so I believe there was a moment where I was
Hesitate.
not paying attention and voted in an inappropriate fashion in my own mind. But what I was looking up was actually the Hathaway and running numbers on that. And part of the issue, I mean, with the reserve account is we tip a lot of money back into the corpus that we probably want to go back and take a look at that level, because it might be we're tipping more than we want to, but that's probably a conversation for another day.
So Don,
Yes, it's-
you said there's a value in having this in, essentially.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a value in A through C.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, A through B is in boy.
C.
D is D.
Yeah.
Question.
Question.
Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No,
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on page 69, section 302A, you have already addressed. Section 302B is rather new. It was only in there for last biennium. It was necessary, no question about last biennium, but this is, given the strength of the group insurance cash balance, this may or may not be necessary.
So you're talking about the
This
military.
is
fund?
this is,
She could borrow up to 30 million to cover the shortfall.
Oh, no way.
okay. Is there a motion on B? No action? All right.
Mr. Chairman, on page 70 and 71, we start with the carryover appropriations to Representative Schwartz's query about the military department's routine maintenance. You will see that language in section 303B. You have already adopted approval for similar language, so you need not address A, B, or C.
Okay.
G, this was not requested by the executive branch. I believe the full 18.5 million remains available for EGI, Employee Group Health Insurance carryover. If there's a desire to continue to carry that over into the next biennium, the Appropriations Committee would need to approve subsection G.
So we didn't do anything with capital cases. Did you skip over that?
We did skip over that.
Mr. Chairman, I believe your action from day one of the markup included both footnotes C and D.
Okay.
Or excuse me, not footnotes, section 300C.
What's the balance in the EGI number, in the EGI account? We're still talking about G. What's the balance in EGI?
It's about 13. In the reserve, the carryover reserve.
And the main reserve, I believe, is around 90.
Around
Correct.
90?
82. or whatever.
Okay, so the comment, we're right at about 100 million between the reserve and the account, the large reserve, okay.
Mr. Chairman, on G, I don't think it's necessary to sweep again, but it would be good to have that because if we need to put money into agencies' budgets to meet the rates for EGI, that's what that would be used for. So a general fund agency that didn't have enough money in their benefit budget to meet the rates.
Meet the rate after the first, when you redo it in January, in July, I mean.
Yeah, that's what the
Yeah, when you raise it
13
back up to like 10%.
So maintain the current balance, but we don't have to do an additional sweep.
Okay. Is there a motion or no?
So move.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Moving on.
Mr. Chairman, section 304 on page 74 and 75. These have been populated with current numbers as requested by EGI. This provides for the cap on rates for both fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 for the premiums for the EGI health insurance. by family status.
So why would we, if we're gonna reset, if those get reset in July, why do we, oh, is this? Yeah, this is the cap on the premium, correct?
Correct, and they get reset every December for the next calendar year. So they're 6 months off from our fiscal year.
All right, so we do this, then we come back, we look, it won't be affected because it'll take care of it for now. We know where we are now, and when we'll be back in a year, we'll do before they do it again, we'll take a look at it again.
Correct, and what you could do here, just offering you policy options, when you mark up your EGI bill, historically, we've always included a cap, and by always, I mean the last 30 years. You have not historically put in a floor, but that is a policy option to avoid reductions.
Okay. Well, is there a motion on section 304?
So moved.
So moved, section
Moving a second.
304.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The last part of section 304 relates to retiree health insurance, which you also concurred with in the state auditor's budget on day one of markup.
Yep.
Section 305 is the executive for flex. I struck the Department of Corrections when I created this. I'll need to reinsert that based upon the governor's letter. And the flex for the judiciary appears on page 77. So 305 and 306, if they meet your approval. If you do not include this language, agencies would not be able to move any money between divisions or between agencies.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
That was 305 and 306. 307 is the personal services transfer. This allows, what we will add here, if you approve this language, we will put in, of course, the Department of Transportation for the law enforcement limited to the Capitol Security, the Department of Corrections, and the Department of Health. And I believe there was one more. Oh yes, the grant writer funding for in the governor's office would also be included here, as well as any other that we identify.
So you need a motion on it? So moved.
All righty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, section 308 is the major maintenance. You have approved the amount of, excuse me, you have not approved the amount yet of the major maintenance that will occur with the markup of capital construction, but this is the distribution. The percentages will change based on square footage. And in addition, the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources through the State Construction Department has requested a breakout of their funds, not unlike the university and community colleges.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Mr.
Motion
Chairman,
carries.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. So are the percentages likely to change or will they stay the same?
Mr. Chairman, they will likely change consistent with the budget book that you will be marking up tomorrow. There are new percentages in there. Section 309 on page 80 is the Wildlife Trust Challenge account. No action is needed on this unless you desire to make a deposit. Section 310 is perhaps worth a discussion here. This was the limitation on salary increases. You can see in blue the language that has been vetoed and not overridden by the governor, and the remaining language. You could include nothing. You could include the full language. You could include the language that was not vetoed. We also had a version of this that Mr. Chairman, we do have an alternative that would allow for any salary increase for an executive branch state position, including those of the Game and Fish Department and Department of Transportation boards and commissions, excluding the University of Wyoming and community colleges, for which a compensation increase has not been approved by the legislature, so it doesn't apply to the $54 million, shall be reviewed and approved by the governor or his designee.
So that's just B.
It is very similar to what he left in B. The next subsection in an alternative approach would be any salary increase for the judicial branch for which a compensation increase has not been approved shall be reviewed by the Board of Judicial Policy and Administration. This is very similar to C. And then a new C which says any salary increase that was approved either by the governor or the Board of Judicial Policy and Administration, which is not offset by other reductions within the personal services budget, shall be subject to legislative review and approval as an exception request. So basically it would codify what is currently going on now. So in the case of the Wyoming retirement system, they gave out raises that were in excess of their budget. They had to come back and request an exception request. Something potentially new about this is whether or not the governor or his designee was actually approving all of those prior requests, or you can do nothing. Just
So I would move B and C that we just talked about.
V and C is modified.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next section probably would be worth your consideration. Section 311 is a concurrence with the governor's recommendations. Several times in the text of his narrative, he designates what is one time and what is ongoing. You have almost always concurred with that. When you have not concurred, we will make a footnote expressing the legislature's intent. But this kind of allows staff to identify what should continue in the standard budget versus what should not.
So moved.
Yeah.
Section 311.
All right. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
Mr. Chairman, page 80.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
going back to that one, I see a staff note here that JAC may wish to consider directing the replacement of ARP funds with general funds and corrections and health. Do we want to create language that codifies the governor's request in that regard? Because we noticed in many of his approvals that it would be ARP dollars this year or this biennium, but it would be anticipated as general fund next biennium. And so that is my motion, to create language that codifies that it's ARP dollars this biennium, but expected to be general fund next biennium, so that it's very clear.
Second.
It may not necessarily be next biennium because they've got another biennium.
I think, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Kevin.
in the governor's recommendations, we clearly identified that, the ARPA usage, and then it would be in a general fund standard budget when we presented a standard budget. But that doesn't preclude the legislature or the governor to make recommendations for the second round of ARPA in the future. We're just positioning the ability to build a standard budget correctly. And this language is probably the most important reason why we have such clean tables now, because we collaborated on making sure we understand what our intents are.
So what do you want to do? What he said? I think he was indicating that you don't need the motion. I think that's what he's indicating.
Mr. Chairman, that's what I'm indicating, because we've specified in the recommendations. So if you accept the governor's recommendations, then it's specified. Doesn't mean that you can't change it. And if you do change it, then you would have a footnote to change that, to give us the intent. So I don't think that this is necessary.
So in other words, I think he just told you if you put it in, he's going to line it out anyway. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Mis-
I still think it's a good idea that we concur with the governor's action here, just as we're doing in subsection A of this section.
Okay.
And so,
Fair
since
enough.
my good seatmate seconded it, let's Let's,
Oh, he's brave. He's gonna follow you. He's gonna follow
Didn't
you.
even
on
hear
this
you
one.
say it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No. Division, all those in favor, raise your hand. It still only counts as one. All those opposed, raise your hand. It fails for lack of a majority. No, it isn't. No, it fails, period.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to take a small time out to discuss something, if you wouldn't mind.
You want us to take a small break?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Let's take a small break.
Thank you.
We have, that's, yeah, this is time for a break.
Raise that has already been made. And so I would just like to be on the front end of that rather than the back end. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just
Representative
to
Stiff.
clarify, just to clarify, so the dates would be changed. So the effect of this would be to say that we approve the section 100 for this biennium, and then when it's the biennium after that, that section 100 payroll expenses should be equal to or less than. Is that the meaning of this?
Yes, that's it. So comes back, excludes the approved, but anything over and above that has to come back for legislative approval. And the increase, that's what the motion is.
Well, we also have, we have actions other than compensation increases. So we've had various other exception requests that are in there that are higher than 21, 22.
But then those are legislatively approved, so they wouldn't be included. If they're legislatively approved, it doesn't, that they're certainly within their right.
So I'm not sure if this does anything. That's my.
The concern is simply that if you think about what happened in this case, we came in and everything, it all happened and was approved after the fact. And so then our choice was, do we not approve it and take away the money, or do you reapprove it? So this is going back and reinserting and saying, no more, you don't get additional positions. You don't get additional raises above what's been legislatively approved without legislative approval. So it's additional legislative oversight.
So, but then maybe we ought to put teeth to this, because if they keep doing it again, then what do we do? If it's approved through B11 process.
Mr. Chairman, I think.
Go ahead, Senator Simons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the only reason this wasn't in effect this time is because it was vetoed and we failed to override. So I do think it would give us some help and some direction going forward.
Okay. Okay, ready? We all understand the question? So it's not a reconsideration, I don't believe, because we didn't consider this part. So it's just, this would be additional, an addition to section 310. So all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. All right, continue on, Don.
Mr. Chairman, I think the next section is section 313, which you marked up with your school capital construction discussion. So all of that language will change with new projects and the like. You actually saw the language in the form of a bill that will be inserted there. Section 314, 315 provided for secondary caps. And I know these were, aggressively debated during the last session, but there was a secondary cap for severance taxes, as well as, and on page 87, a designation of the 1% severance tax that has now been codified in statute as a result of legislation adopted last year. Section 315 incorporates a secondary cap for FMRs, and section 316 provides for a secondary cap for coleus bonuses. That one is lined out with the expectation that no bonuses are anticipated, so secondary cap would not be necessary. I'll pause there. Going forward, I think all of the remaining items have been struck out, but I just wanted to maybe read through just the titles. Section 317, if the committee desires that.
Yeah, please continue.
Section 317 was a Wyoming pipeline corridor initiative, appeared to us to be one time in nature. Section 318 was AML funding, redirection and reauthorization.
Don, I'm going back to those caps. Didn't we have an agreement between the House and the Senate for a certain biennium, and then what was it, swap back, or am I mixing that?
Mr. Chairman, I think there was what I would call a compromise in legislation last year, which split the 1%. And I believe it was 1/3, 2/3 for 8 years, and then went to 50-50.
Okay, thank you.
You sure you don't want to bring this one back?
Again, for this session, so.
Yeah, all right, continue on.
Mr. Chairman, there will be a section very similar to section 318 based upon your action today on the university's budget, where you provided that $300,000 carryover for the graduate students from AML funds. Unfortunately, those AML carryovers, you can see, we have to go stretch back to several biennia budget and pull that money in. So you'll see something a lot like section 318. This 318 was for DEQ, and this one will be for the university. Section 319.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
with that, could we add maybe a concluding subsection that would say anything not spent by the university this biennium will revert to the general fund, so that we don't have to go back and do all this historic research for $300,000 every year, and they just keep limping along, not getting it spent. So it kind of gives them some encouragement to spend it, or we just bring it back and then we can quit wasting trees and ink to do this every biennium.
That's your motion?
That's I'm gonna get some staff input before I make it into a motion.
Okay, go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, these are federal AML funds, so we can't revert them to the general fund. However, you could identify another recipient that would receive any of.
Mr. Chairman.
Pick me, pick me.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that they would revert back to the AML program account within the Department of Environmental Quality.
That a
Mr.
friendly
Chairman.
amendment?
Tell me again, please.
No,
They revert back to the AML account within but you have to keep, they still maintain prior balance in the AML account.
We've got 120
Mr.
million.
Chairman.
Why would they do that?
Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
if I understand it, these AML funds,
He's like, hang on,
Basketball arena.
okay, hang on, Representative Stiff.
I have a question. I guess it depends how they revert. Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that these are prior balance funds that can be spent on pretty much anything. They're federal funds, but they're not restricted by AML uses because they're so-called prior balance funds. If they revert to the fund, they should revert sort of in a separate unencumbered account and not get swallowed up by the
Well,
current AML monies.
we can keep, by then it's 125,000, but.
So Don, what would be a good account to revert these to? Or a good location? What would your suggestions
Mr. Chairman.
include?
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Vice
believe
President.
we've spent AML funds in the past in SCR. And that's my recollection, but that might be a direction that you would want to say that those programs might be moved over into SCR, one of those other programs at the university.
I think they're in large part already used at SCR. So. I mean, that's kind of like saying they're continuously appropriated until they're used, but
Mr. Chairman,
we can't go past the end of the biennium.
Mr. Chairman, for discussion, could we put a footnote in SLR that says the AML prior balance funds will be the first funds expended on a project or something, and that way it uses them up and then it would conserve whatever we're appropriating this year or push it out. The whole goal of all of this is how do we get this spent so we don't have to keep looking at it every biennium as they trickle through it, and that's what I'm trying to accomplish.
Mr. Chairman, if you need a way to spend it, then we can just have these
Yeah.
revert and be
We
spent.
could start,
on
we
the
could do a level 1 on Bitter Creek.
on the
couldn't we?
Bitter Creek project.
Yeah, if they're not spent, I don't care. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I move that any funds, AML of prior balance funds remaining be reverted to the Department of Environmental Quality, Abandoned Minelands Division to be used in support of the Bitter Creek project.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No. Anyway, motion carries. Next.
Mr. Chairman, section 319 was UW matching funds for the College of Engineering and Applied Sciences one time. Section 320 was economic development funds and transfers, again, one time. Section 321, I think a member has some interest in this continuation of it. even though it was struck, staff thought it was a one-time issue related to the proceeds being deposited from school district sales or demolition of buildings and facilities.
Okay. So anybody have a motion or discussion on this?
Mr. Chairman, I had pondered bringing this back, but I think it's probably best to let it expire.
All right, continue on.
Mr. Chairman, section 322 provided just for a report on rural hospitals one time. Section 323 was a CSG, Council of State Governments annual meeting. It never took place due to COVID. Section 324 was a study on IT funding that was indeed completed. Section 325 was a state labs efficiency study. This was vetoed by the governor. Section 326 was just reserved. Section 327 provided an appropriation for one fiscal year of $21 million for EGI, and the legislature itself repealed it. I'm now on page 98 with section 328, and this was a modification of a prior biennium's budget balancer. You may need something like this year in order to bring forward additional revenue from the 21-22 biennium into the next biennium. But we won't know that until your markup is complete. Section 329 was a direction to the governor. Keep in mind, this was pre-COVID, to eliminate a set number of positions every quarter of the biennium. The governor achieved that in a very expeditious manner with the onset of COVID. Section 330 provided some mass layoff relief in the Department of Workforce Services. Section 331 provided for planning for anticipated reductions in fiscal year 2022. Section 332 provides for a death certificate surcharge increase. This provision was vetoed by the governor. Section 333 provided matching funds for community colleges. Section 334 reduced the amount of health insurance funding for school staff and teachers that do not participate in the group insurance plan. Section 335 reduced the funding for national board certified teachers. This provision was vetoed by the governor. Section 336 provided for a clean coal technology study reappropriation. Section 337 provided a UW governance study. Section 338 provided for a study of federal leasing ban or restrictions. Section 339 provided for carbon capture and utilization storage. I believe this was a matching program up to $10 million. Section 340 provided UW cryptocurrency staking program. And I believe that is it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other comments on footnotes? Thank you. It was just riveted. All right. I think that's it for today, folks. Don, let's talk about tomorrow for a minute.
Mr. Chairman, I think you accomplished a great deal in 2 days. All the budgets, governor's letters, footnotes. You have 2 bills that would be ready for your consideration tomorrow afternoon. I believe it's the EGI bill and the workers' compensation bill, which you heard one time last week. We also have the capital construction. And if you wanted to begin your discussion of the conserved general funds and ARP, we do have scheduled Thursday morning for at least an hour, the consultants with the executive branch from Clifton Larson Allen to opine about the potential uses of ARPA funds in their opinion. And we also have scheduled at 9 a.m., if you concur, the licensing fees for electrical service.
Do we have to? That's a good idea. Let's take that earlier anyway. Well, yeah. Okay.
Don, we got that bill. Could you ask Tamara to send that to me or a couple? We ought to help them folks out a little bit, bless their hearts. You know, maybe we can look at that, and if we identify something there, I think we could have been more helpful than we were.
I'll have her.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Kevin, anything? All right. Thanks for your help. And 6:10, Don, what do you call it? You underestimated and overachieved. So good for you. So anyway, his bet was 6:30. So we're finished 20 minutes early.
That's especially impressive given the audience.
Yeah. Well, he's been doing this a long time, and my guess is he's pretty good at over under. We'll see how we'll check his sports betting account later. Anyway. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, we are. You missed it.